Hey everyone, good morning. I hope you're doing great. My name is Awdhesh. Once more again, we are live here. थोड़ी लाइट सही कर सो आज संडे है. सो लेट्स स्टार्ट इट. आज का मेरा प्लान है, आई विल ट्राई टू रीड सम टॉपिक्स ऑफ हिस्ट्री, पॉलिटी. दो चीज़ें, पॉलिटी का मेरा रिवीजन करना है और हिस्ट्री के दो चैप्टर मैं कोशिश करूँगा कि फिनिश करूँ. So let's get started without any further delay. Thank you so much, guys. Such nicely you people are supporting me. It means a lot for me. Uh, the way you people are supporting me, the way you you people are appreciating me, it's really means a lot for me. So without any further delay, let's get started. मैं चलो करना स्टार्ट करते हैं. कोशिश करेंगे कि 3 to 4 आवर आई विल ट्राई टू, क्योंकि अभी इट्स 9 o'clock, तो अभी लेट करने का कोई फ़ायदा नहीं. तो कोशिश करूँगा कि 3 से 4 घंटे इतना हो पाए. अभी देखते हैं, आज संडे है तो ये मेरी हिस्ट्री की बुक है, विपिन चंद्र. और मैं कोशिश करूँगा कि इसका 2 चैप्टर फिनिश करूँ. सो लेट्स गेट स्टार्टेड विदाउट एनी फर्दर डिले. Decline of Mughal Empire. The Great Mughal Empire is the enemy of its contemporary for almost 2 centuries. Decline and disintegrated during the first half of the 18th century. The Mughal Emperor lost their powers, glory, and their empire shrunk to few square miles around the Delhi. In the end of 1803, the Delhi itself was occupied by the British army, and the proud Mughal emperor was reduced to the status of mere pensioners of foreign power. The study of the process of decline of great empire is more instructive. It reveals some of the defect and weakness of India medieval social, economic and political structure which were responsible for the eventual subjugation of the country by the English East India Company. The unity, stability of the empire had been shaken by the during the long-term strong region of Aurangzeb. Yet in spite of his many harmful policies, the Mughal administration was still quite efficient. and the Mughal army quite strong at the time of his death in 1707. Moreover, the Mughal dynasty still commanded respect in the country. Aurangzeb's death, his three sons fought among themselves for the throne. The 65-year-old Bahadur Shah emerged as victory after the Aurangzeb death, and he was long, dignified, and able. He followed a policy of compromise and the conciliation, and there was the evidence of reversal of some of the narrow-minded policies and the measure adopted by the Aurangzeb. Okay, what happened in 1803? The Mughal Empire was growing, shrunken by the few square kilometers around the Delhi, and the last emperor was the Aurangzeb, powerful, and after the death of Aurangzeb, his three sons fought among themselves for the throne. But the 65-year-old Bahadur Shah emerged the victorious just because of that. He was dignified and able to run over the Delhi Sultanate or Mughal Sultanate. His narrow-minded policy measure adopted by the Aurangzeb, he adopted the more tolerance attitude toward the Hindu chiefs and the Raja. So that's why he ruled over the Mughal Empire. And there was no destruction of the temple in his region. We are talking about the Bahadur Shah Jafar. He was narrow-minded policies and measure that adopted by the Aurangzeb. He adopted the more tolerance attitude toward the Hindu chiefs and the Raja. And there was no destruction of temple in his region. In the beginning, he made attempt to gain the greater control over the Rajput state of Ambar and the Marwar. Marwar is Jodhpur, by replacing Jai Singh with his younger brother Vijay Singh and at the Ambar by the forcing Ajit Singh of the Marwar to submit Mughal authority. He also made an attempt to garrison the city of Ambar, Jodhpur. This attempt was, however, made with firm and resistance. This may have made him recognize the fully of his action. He soon arrived at the settlement with the two states, though the settlement was not magnanimous. Though their states were restored to the Raja Jai Singh and Ajit Singh, and their demand for the high mansab, and we have discussed about the mansab and the office of Subedar of important provinces such as the Malwa, Gujarat, was not accepted. His policy toward the Maratha Sardar means chief, was that of half-hearted conciliation, while he granted them the Sardesh Mukhi of the Deccan, and he failed to grant them a chart and to satisfy them fully. He also did not recognize the Sahu as the rightful Maratha king. He thus let Tarabai and the Sahu fought for the supremacy over the Maratha kingdom. The result was that the Sahu and the Maratha Sardar remained dissatisfied, and the Deccan continued to be susceptible to disorder. There could be no restoration of the peace and order so long as the Maratha Sardar fought one another as well as against the Mughal authority. Bahadur Shah had tried to conciliate the rebellion seek by the making a peace with the Guru Gobind Singh and giving him a high mansab. Mansab means rank. But when after death of the Guru, Sikh once again raised the banners of revolt in the Punjab under the leadership of Banda Bahadur, the emperor decided to take a strong measure and himself led a campaign against the rebel, who soon controlled practically the entire territory between the Satluj and Jamuna and reaching the close neighborhood of the Delhi. Even though he succeeded in the capturing Logar, the fort built by the Guru Gobind Singh, northeast of Ambaya and the foothill of the Himalaya and the other important Sikh stronghold. The Sikh could not be crushed and 1712 they recovered the fort of Lohgarh. Bahadur Shah consolidated the Chhatratal, the Bandela chief who was remained in the loyal feudatory, and the Jat chief Chauramam who joined him in the campaign against the Bandabad. And there was the further deterioration in the field of administration in Bahadur Shah region. The tension of state finance was as a result of his reckless grant of jagirs and promotion. During his reign, the remains of the royal treasury amounting in 1707 to the sum of the 13 crore of rupee was exhausted. Bahadur Shah was groping toward the solution of the problem, visiting the empire, and given he might have revived the imperial fortunes. Unfortunately, his death, 1712, plunged the empire once again into the civil war, and the new element entered the Mughal policy with this and the succeeding this war of succession. While previously the contest for the power had been between the royal princes and the noble had merely added to aspirants to the throne, the new ambitious noble became the direct contender for the power, and the huge princes had made plans to capture the seat of the authority. In the civil war, the following Bahadur Shah death, one of his less able son, Jahandar Shah, won because of he supported by the Zulfikar Khan, the most powerful noble at that time. Jahandar Shah was the weak and the degenerate princess who was wholly devoted to the pleasure. He lacked good manners and dignity and decency. During his reign, the administration was virtually in the hand of extremely capable and energetic Zulfikar Khan, who had become his wazir. Zulfikar Khan believed that it was necessary to establish the friendly relation with the Rajput Raja and the Maratha Sardar to consolidate the Hindu chieftain in the generals in order to strengthen his own position at the court to save the empire. So therefore, he rapidly reversed the policy of Aurangzeb, and the and hated Jizya was abolished. Jai Singh of Amber was given the title of Mirza Raja Sawai and appointed a governor of Malwa. Jai Singh of the Marwar was awarded the title of Maharaja and appointed the governor of Gujarat. So Zulfikar Khan confirmed the earlier private arrangement that his duty in the Deccan, Daud Khan Panni had concluded with the Maratha king Sahu in the 1711. By this arrangement, the Maratha rulers were granted the Chauth and Sardesh Mukhi. So Chauth and Sardesh Mukhi was the one of the type of tax which the Maratha rulers was granted to of the Deccan and the consolidation. And the condition that this collection would be made by the Mughal official and then handed over to the Maratha official. Zulfikar Khan also consolidated the Charman Jat and the Chhatrasal Bandela. Only toward the Banda and the Sikhs did not continue the old policy of separation. Zulfikar Khan made an attempt to improve the finance of the empire by cheating the reckless growth of Jagir and office. He also tried to campaign the Mansabdar to maintain their official quota. An evil tendency encouraged by him was that of the Ijrah or the revenue fund. Instead of collecting land revenue at a fixed rate under the Toderman and the land revenue settlement. The government began to contract with the revenue farmer and the middleman to pay the government a fixed amount of money while they were left free to collect whatever they could from the peasant. This led to increase the oppression of the peasant. Many jealous nobles secretly warred against the Zulfikar Khan. The war still, the emperor too did not give him his trust and cooperation in the full measure. The emperor earwatch were poisoned against the Zulfikar Khan by the unscrupulous favoritism. He was old that his wazir was becoming too powerful and ambitious and might even overthrow the emperor himself. So the crowdly emperor dared not dismiss the powerful wazir, but he began to intrigued against him secretly. Nothing could have been more destructive of healthy administration. Jahandar saw inglorious region come to an early end in January 1730 when he was detained at Agra by the Farooq Siyar and his nephew Farooq Siyar owned his victory to the Sayyid brother. Alauddin Abdullah Khan, Hussain Ali Khan, Barha, who were therefore given an office of Wazir and the Mir Bakshi respectively. The two brothers soon acquired dominant control over the affair of state. Farooq lacked the capacity to rule. He was crowdly, cruel, undependable, and the faithless. Moreover, he allowed himself to influenced by the worthless favoritism and the flatter. In spite of his weakness, the Farooq was not willing to give the Sayyid brother to free hand, but wanted to exercise the personal authority. On the other hand, the Sayyid brother was convinced that administration could be carried on the properly. The decay of empire checked and their own position safeguard only if they build real authority and the emperor merely resigned without any ruling. Thus there was the ensued prolonged struggle for the power between the emperor Farooq and his wazir Mir Bakshi. The year after, the ungrateful emperor intended to overthrow the two brothers. Year after year he failed, and in the end of 1719 the Sayyid brother deposed him and killed him. In his place they were raised to the thrones in the quick succession two young princes who died in the conjunction. The Sayyid brother now made the 18-year-old Muhammad Shah emperor in India. The three successors of the Farooq were a mere puppet in the hand of Sayyid. Even after the personal liberty to meet the people and to move was restricted. Thus, from the 1713 until 1720, when they were overthrown, the Sayyid brother wielded the administrative power in the state. And the Sayyid brother adopted a policy of religious tolerance. They believed that India could be ruled harmoniously only by the association Hindu chiefs and nobles with the Muslim nobles in governing the country. Again, they sought to consolidate and use the Rajput and Maratha and the Jat in their struggle against the Farooq and the rival nobles. They abolished the jizya immediately after the Farooq accession to the throne. Similarly, the pilgrim tax was abolished from the number of places. Jizya and pilgrim both tax was abolished. They won over their side Ajit Singh of Marwar, Jai Singh of Amber, and many other Rajput princes by giving them a high position of influence in the administration. They made alliances with the Chorman and the Jat chiefs. In the later year of their administration, they reached an agreement with the King Sahu by granting him a Savai, Swaraj, and the right to collect the Chauth and Satesi of the 6 provinces of the Deccan. In the return, Sahu agreed to support them in the Deccan with the 15,000 mounted soldiers. The Sayyid brother made a vigorous effort to contain the rebellions and to save their empire from administration disintegration. They failed in these takes mainly because they were faced with the constant political rivalry, whereas conspiracy at the core, which discontinued friction in the ruling circle, disorganized and even paralyzed administration at all the levels. Loneliness and the disorder spread everywhere. The financial position of state deteriorated rapidly at the Jandar, and the rebellion's element refused to pay the land revenue. Official misappropriate state revenue, and the central income declined because of the spread of revenue from it. As a result, the salary of official and soldier could not be paid regularly, and the soldier became undisciplined and even mutinous. Even though the Sayyid brother had tried too hard and consolidate and befriend all the sections of the nobility, a powerful group of the noble headed by the Nizamul and his father, cousin Muhammad Amin Khan, began to conspire against them. These nobles were jealous of the growing power of the two brothers. The deposition and the murder of the Farrukhsiyar frightened many of them. If the emperor could be killed, what the safety was there for, for more nobles? Moreover, the murder of the emperor created a wave of public revulsion against the two brothers. They were looked down upon the traitors, agents who had not been true to their salt, and many of their nobles of Aurangzeb's. True of salt means that is namak haram something. And the region also disliked by the Sayyid alliances with the Rajput, Maratha chiefs, and their the liberal policy towards the Hindu. These nobles declared that the Sayyid were following the anti-Mughal, anti-Islam policy. They tried to arrange the financial section of the Muslim nobility against the Sayyid brother. Anti-Sayyid nobles were supported by the Emperor Muhammad Shah, who wanted to free himself from the control of the two brothers. In 1720, they succeeded in tragically assassinating Hussain Ali Khan, the younger brother of the two brothers. Abdullah Khan tried to fight back but was defeated near the Agra. Thus, ended the domination of Mughal emperor by the Sayyid brother, known in the Indian history as the Kingmaker. So Muhammad Shah, a long region of nearby 13 years between 1719 to 48, was the last chance of saving the empire. There was no quick changes of the imperial authority as in the period between the 1707 to 1720, when his region began to Mughal prestige among the people was still an important political factor. The Mughal army and particularly the Mughal artillery was still a force to reckon, and the administration in the northern India had deteriorated but not broken down yet. The Maratha Sardar were still confined to the south only, while the Rajput Raja continued to loyal to the Mughal dynasty. A strong and foresighted Rulers supported by the nobility, conscious of its perils, might still have been saved the situation, but the Muhammad Shah was not a man of moment. He was weak-minded and frivolous, and over the fond of life of ease and luxurious. He neglected the affair of state. Instead of giving the full support to the Abel Wazir, such as the Nizamul Mulk, and he fell under the evil influence of corrupt, worthless flatters and the intrigue against his own minister. He even shared in the bribe taken by the favorite courtier. Disgust with the mindedness and the suspicious nature of the emperor and the constant quarrel at the court, Nizamul, most powerful noble of that time, and decided to follow his own ambition. He had become the Wazir in 1722 and made a vigorous attempt to reform the administration. And he now decided to leave the emperor and his empire for to their fate and to strike out his own. He relinquished his office in October 1724 and marches south to found the state of Hyderabad in the Deccan. His departure was symbolic of the fight of the loyalty and the virtue from the empire. The physical breakup of a Mughal emperor had begun. The other powerful, ambitious nobles also now began to utilize their energies for carving out the semi-independent state. Hereditary Nawabs owning nominal allegiance to the emperor at Delhi arose in the many parts of country. For example, in Bengal, Hyderabad, Awadh, Punjab, everywhere the petty Jamidars, Raja and Nawab raised the banner of rebellion and the independence. The Maratha Sardar began their northern expansion and over Malwa, Gujarat and the Bundelkhand in 1738 to 39. Nadir Shah descended upon the plains of the northern India. An empire lay the prostrate. Nadir Shah has reached from the Safford boy to Shah by the saving the Persia from slow decline and disintegration. In the beginning of the 18th century, the Persia, hitherto the powerful and the far-flung empire, was under the weak rule of the declined Safavid dynasties, and it was threatened by the internal rebellions and the foreign attack. In the east, the Abdali tribesmen revolt and occupied the Herat, and the Galjai tribesmen detached the provinces of Kandahar. Similar revolt occupied in the north and west. In the several the religious prosecutions of the Sunni by the fanatical Shias led to rebellions. Here the Sunni mullah were put to the death. The mosques were profaned and turned into the stable, and the religious work were destroyed. In 1721, the Ghalji, chief of Kandahar, Muhammad, invaded the Persia and occupied the Isfahan, the capital. Isfahan, the capital. The Russia under the Peter the Great was determined to push the southward, and Peter began his invasions of the Russia in July 1722, and soon the forced Persia to sign away several of her provinces on the Caspian Sea, including the towns of Baku. Turkey was deprived of the most of her European possessions and also hoped to make the goods the loss at the Persia coast. In the spring of 1723, Turkey declared war on the Persia and rapidly pushed through Georgia and then penetrated the south. In June, what happened? 1724, the Russia and Turkey signed a treaty dividing all the northern and most of the western Persia between them. At this stage in 1726, Nadir Shah emerged a major supporter of Tashmish and his most brilliant commander. In 1729, he won the Bag Hera after defeating the Abdali and expelled the Ghaljis from the Isfahan and the central and the southern Persia. After a long and bitter warfare, he compelled Turkey to give back all the conquered territory. In 1735, he signed a treaty with Russia, receiving back all the seized territory. The following year, he deposed the last of the Safavid rulers and made himself a Shah. In the following year, he reconquered the provinces of Kandahar. Nadir Shah was attracted to India by the fabulous wealth for which it was always famous. Continual campaign had made the Persia virtually bankrupt. Money was needed separately to maintain his mercenary army. Spoil from India could be solution. At the same time, the visible weakness of the Mughal emperor made such a spoliation possible. He entered the Indian territory. Who? Nadir Shah. Nadir Shah entered the Indian territory at the end of 1738 without the meeting of any opposition. For a year, defenses the northwest frontier had been neglected. A danger was not fully recognized till the enemy has occupied Lahore. Hurried preparation was then made for the defense of Delhi, but the faction beaten noble refused to unite even in sight of the enemy. They could not agree on a plan for the defense on the on the commander of the defending forces. Disunity, poor leadership, mutual jealousies, distrust could lead only to defeat. The two armies met at Karnal at 17 Feb 1739. The invader inflicted the crushing defeat on the Mughal army. The Emperor Muhammad Shah was taken prisoners and the Nadir Shah marched to Delhi. The terrible massacres of the citizens of the imperial capital was ordered by the Nadir Shah as the repression against the killing of some of his soldiers. The greedy invaders took possession of the royal treasury and the other royal property, levied tribute on the leading nobles, and plundered the rich of Delhi. His total plunder has been estimated at 17 crore of rupees. This enabled him to exempt his own kingdom from the taxation of the 3 years. He also carried away the famous Kohinoor diamond and the jewel-studded peacock thrones of the Shahjahan. He compelled the Muhammad Shah to cede to him all the provinces of the empire west of the river Indus. Nadir Shah invasion inflicted immense damage of the Mughal empire. It caused an irreparable loss of prestige, exposed the hidden weakness of the empire to the Maratha Sardar and the foreign trading company. The central administration was paralyzed temporarily. The invasion ruined the imperial finances, adversely affected the economic life of the country. The improvised nobles began to rack rent, oppress the peasantry even more in the effort to cover their lost fortune. They also fought one another over the rich jagirs, high office, more disruptively than ever. The loss of Kabul and the area of west of the Indus once again opened the empire to the threat of invasion from the northwest. A vital line of defense had disappeared. It is surprising indeed that the empire seemed to be revived some of its strength after the Nadir Shah departure, even though the area under its effective control shrunk rapidly. But the revival was deceptive and the superficial. After the Muhammad Shah death 1748, the bitter struggles and even the civil war broke out among the unscrupulous and the power-hungry nobles. Furthermore, as a result of weakening of the northwestern defense, the emperor was devastated by the repeated invasions of the Ahmad Shah Abdali, one of the Nadir Shah ablished general, who had succeeded in establishing his authority over the Afghanistan after his master's death. Abdali repeatedly invaded and plundered the northern Indian right down to Delhi, Mathura between 1748 to 1767. In 1761, he defeated the Maratha in the Third Battle of Panipat, and thus gave a big blow to their ambition of controlling the Mughal emperor and thereby dominating the country. He did not, however, found a new Afghan kingdom in India. He and his successor could not even retain the Punjab, which they soon lost to the Sikhs. As a result of the invasion, the Nadir Shah Abdali, the societal internal feuds of the Mughals nobility and the Mughal emperor had by 1761 and in case to exist a practice as all India Empire. It remained merely as the kingdom of Delhi. The Delhi itself was the scenes of daily riots and the tumults. The descendants of the Grand Mughal no longer participate actively in the struggle for the emperor of Indus, but the various contenders of the power found it politically useful to hide behind their name. This gave to the Mughal dynasty a long leash of life on the Nobel's throne of Delhi. Shah Alam II, who ascended the throne in 1759 and spent an initial year as an emperor, wandering from places to places, far away from his capital. He lived in the moral fear of his own wazir. He was a man of some ability and ample courage, but the empire was by now beyond the redemption. 1764 he joined the Mir Qasim of Bengal, Sujau-ud-Dawla of Awadh in declaring the war upon the English East India Company. Defeated by the British at the Battle of Buxar, he lived for several years at Allahabad as the pensioner of East India Company. He felt the British shelter in 1722 and returned to Delhi under the protective arms of Maratha. The British occupied the Delhi in 1803, and from that year until 1857, when the Mughal dynasty was finally existing, the Mughal emperor merely served as the political front. For the English, in fact, the continuance of Mughal monarchy after the 1759 when it had ceded to be the military power, was due to the powerful hold that the Mughal dynasty had to be minded of the people of India as a symbol of political unity of the country. Cause of the decline of the Mughal. What was the cause? When a mighty empire like that of great Mughal decays and falls, it is because of many factors, and the forces has been known. The beginning of decline of Mughal emperor are to be traced to the strong rule of Aurangzeb. Aurangzeb inherited a large empire, and he adopted a policy of extending it further to the farthest geographical limits in the south at the great expansion in the mains and materials. In reality, the existence man means communication and the economic and political structure of the country made it difficult to establish a stable centralized administration over all parts of the country. Thus, the Aurangzeb objective of unifying the entire country under the one central political authority was though the justifiable in the theory not easy to practice. One of the basic failure of Aurangzeb lay in the reliance of statesmanship. He was not willing to accept the fall of Maratha demand for the regional autonomy and failing a grab. In fact, the Shivaji and other Maratha Sardar represented a force which could not be easily crushed. Akbar Palace, in the similar circumstances, had made alliances with the Rajput princes in chief. Aurangzeb too would have been well advised to win over the Maratha Sardar. Instead, he chose to suppress them. His, uh, uh, his feudals, but the arduous campaign against the Maratha extended over the many years. It drained the resources of his empire and ruined the trades and industry of the decade. His absence from the north for over the 25 years and his failure to subdue the Maratha led to deterioration in the administration. This undermined the prestige of empire and its army, led to the neglect of the vital northwest frontier and encouraged the provincial and the local official to defy central authority and the dream of independence. Later in the 18th century, the Maratha expansion in the north became the central authority. It's still further. Aurangzeb conflict with some of the Rajput state had also a serious consequence. An alliances with the Rajput Raja with the consequent military support was one of the main pillars of Mughal strength in the past. Aurangzeb himself had a beginning there to the Rajput alliances by raising the Jaswant Singh of Marwar and the Jai Singh of Amber to the highest of rank. But his short-sighted attempt later reduced the strength of Rajput Raja and to re-extended the empirical sway over their lands lead to the withdrawal of their loyalty from the Mughal throne. War with the Rajput Raja further weakened the empire, encouraged the separation. In particular, they uh, tended to create a wall between the Hindu and Muslim upper class. The strength of Aurangzeb administration was challenged at its very nerve center around the Delhi by the Satnami, Jat and Sikhs uprising. Even though the number of people involved in these uprisings was not a large, they were significant because they were the popular in character. The peasant formed their backbones. All of them were the considerable extended the result of oppression of the Mughal revenue officer over the peasantry. They saw that the peasantry were deeply dissatisfied with the feudal oppression by the jamidars, nobles, and the state. So Aurangzeb's religious orthodoxy and his policy toward the Hindu rulers seriously damaged the stability of Mughal Empire. The Mughal state in the day of Akbar, Jahangir, Shah Jahan was basically a secular state. Its stability was essentially founded on the policy of non-interference with the religious belief and custom of the people, fostering the friendly relation with the Hindus and Muslims, opening the door for the highest office of the state to the nobles and chiefs belonging to different regions and the profession of different religions. The Mughal alliances with the Rajput Raja was visible a manifestation of his policy. Aurangzeb made an attempt to reverse his policy by the imposing of jizya, destroying the many of Hindu temples in the north and putting the certain restriction on the Hindu. In this way, he tended to alienate the Hindu, split Mughal society, in a particular winded the gulf between the Hindu and Muslim upper classes. But the role of religious policy of Aurangzeb was causing a decay of Mughal power should not be overstepped. The policy was followed only in later part of region, and it was speedily abandoned by his successor. As we have seen earlier, the jizya was abolished within the few years of Aurangzeb's death. Amicable relations with the Rajput and other Hindu nobles and chiefs were soon restored, and some of them, such as the Ajit Singh Rathore, Savai Jai Singh, rose his high office under the latter name. The relation with the King Sai, Maratha, Sardar were also developed along the political rather than religious line, and it should also be kept in the view of Rajput, Jat, Maratha, Sikh chieftains of the 18th century also did not behave as the companion of other religions. The power and plunder were more important consideration to them and then the religious solidarity. They were often the ruthless in the fighting and the looting the Mughal, the Hindu and the Muslim. In fact, neither the Hindu nor the Muslim form a homogeneous community at that time, and the upper classes of both the religious groups formed the ruling class, while the peasants and artisans, Hindu or Muslim, formed under the privileged majority of the society. Sometimes the Hindu and Muslim nobles and the chiefs used the religious as a weapon of propaganda to achieve their political aim. But even more often, they form a mutual alliances against the fellow co-religious for the gaining power, territory, money, and moreover, both the Hindu and Muslim nobles, jamidars, and the chief ruthlessly oppress the exploited common people, irrespective of their religion. The Hindu peasantry of Maharashtra or the Rajputana paid a high an amount of land revenue as did the Hindu or Muslim peasantry in Agra or the Bengal or our. Moreover, the cardial culture, social relation prevailed between the Hindu and the Muslim upper class of India. If Aurangzeb left the empire with the many problems unsolved, the situation was further rushed by the ruinous war of succession which followed his death. In the absence of any fixed rules of the succession, the Mughal dynasty was always plunged after the death of the kings by the civil war between the princes. And this war of succession became extremely fierce and destructive during the 18th century. They resulted in the great loss of life, property, and the thousands of trained soldiers and hundreds of capable military commanders and effective, efficient, and tried officers were killed. Moreover, these civils were losing the administrative fabric of the empire. And nobility, the backbone of the empire, was transformed into the varying faction. Many of these local chiefs and officials utilizing the condition of uncertainty and the political chaos at the center of consolidated their own position to acquire the great autonomy and to make their office hereditary. The weakness of Aurangzeb regions and the evils of the war succession might still have been overcome if able to foresighted and energetic rulers had adhered to the throne. Unfortunately, after the Bahadur Shah, the brief region come to long regions of utterly worthless, weak wine, and the luxury-loving king. After all, autocratic monarchical system of government, the character and the personality of the rulers to do play a crucial role. At the same time, this single factor need not to be given too much importance. Aurangzeb was neither weak nor degenerate. He possessed a great ability, capability of war. He was a free from vice common among the kings and lived in a simple and austere life. He undermined the great empire of his forefather not because of he lacked character or ability, but because of lack political, social, and economic insight. It was not his personality, but his policy that were put to join. Apart from the personality of the great Mughals, the strength of Mughal Empire lay in the organization and character of its nobility. The weakness of the king could have been successfully overcome and the cover up by an alert, efficient, loyal nobility. But the character of nobility had also deteriorated. Many nobles live extravagantly and beyond their means. Many of them because of ease loving, fond of excessive luxurious. Even when they went out to fight, they surrounded themselves with the comfort and frequently took their family with them. They were often poorly educated. Many of them are neglected of art of fighting. Earlier, many able persons from the lower classes had been able to rise to the rank of nobility, thus infusing the fresh blood into it. Later, the existing the family of noble began to monopolize all the office, bearing the way of fresh commerce. Not all the noble, however, had become the weak of inefficient. A large number of energetic and able officers and the brave and brilliant military commanders come into the provinces during the 18th century. But the most of them did not benefited the empire because they had their talented to promote their own interests and fight each other rather than to serve as the state of society. In fact, the country to the popular belief that major weakness of the Mughal nobility during the 18th century lay not in the decline in the average ability of noble or their moral decay, but their selflessness, lack of devotion to the state, and this turned into the grave the birth of corruption in administration and mutual wreaking in order to increase the rather power, prestige, income, nobles, the group and the faction against to each other and even against the king. In their struggle for the power, they took the recourse to the force, fraud, and the treachery. Their mutual quarrels exhausted them, affected the coherence, led to his dismemberment, and in the end up, they made it easy prey to foreign conquer. And the most guilty in this respect were the priestly those nobles who were active in and able. It is they who shattered the unity of empire by carrying out their own private principalities. Thus, the descendants of the later Mughal nobility lay not so much in the private voice as in lack of the public virtue and the political foresight, and in its devotion to the short-sighted pursuit of power, but which characteristics were not monopoly of the Mughal nobility in the center. They were formed equal measures among the raging the Maratha chiefs, Rajput Raja, Jat, Sheikhs, and the Bundel chiefs, the new rulers of autonomous provinces, and the other innumerable adventurers who rose to fame and power during the turbulent 18th century. One of the major causes of the growing selflessness, of the nobles were the paucity of jagirs and the reduced the income of existing jagirs at the time when the number of nobles and their expenditure was growing up. So, so to ensue intense mutual rivalry among them for the operation and the existing jagir. The heart of the matter perhaps that no arrangement could have been made which would satisfy all the nobles. For there were just not enough office and jagir for all. The paucity of jagirs had some other consequence. Try get the maximum income from their jagis at the cost of peasantry. They try to transform their existing jagis and the office into the hereditary ones. To balance their own budget, they tended to appropriate khalish and the land, thus intensify the financial crisis of the central government, and they invariably reduce their expenditure by not maintaining their full quota of the troops, and thus weaken the armed strength of the empire. The basic cause of the downfall of the Mughal Empire was that it could no longer satisfy the minimum needs of the population. The condition of Indian peasants gradually rose during the 17th and 18th century, while no time perhaps was his lot happy in the 18th century. His life was poor and nasty, miserable and uncertain. The burden of the land revenue went on increasing from Akbar's times. Moreover, the constant transform of noble from their jagirs also led to great evil. They try to extract as much from a jagir as possible in the short period of their tenure as the jagirdar. They made a heavy demand on the peasants and cruelly oppressed them, often the violation of officials' regulation. After the death of Aurangzeb, the practice of jizya, the forming the land revenue to the highest bidders who has permitted to raise what he could from the peasantry become the more common both on the Jagir and the Khalish. Khalishness. This led to the rise of the new class of revenue in Talukdar to exorbitant, and the peasantry often knew no bounds. All these factors lead to stagnation, deterioration in agriculture and the improvement of the pigeons. Pigeon discontent increase income to the surface. There are some instances of the pigeons leaving the land to avoid the paying taxes. Pigeon discontent also found an outlet in a series of uprisings. Satnamij, the Jat, the Sheikhs, etc., which eroded the stability and strength of empire. Many ruled the peasant from the roving band of robbers, adventurers, often under the leadership of Jamidars, and thus undermined the law and order of efficiency in Mughal administration. As a matter of fact, the agriculture was no longer producing enough surplus to meet the needs of them, of constant war and increase the luxuries of ruling classes. If the empire was to survive and regain its strength, if the people were go to forward, the trade and industry alone could provide additional economic resources, but it was the precisely in the trade and industry that stagnation was the most evident. No doubt the establishment of large empire encouraged trade, industry in many ways. In India's industrial production increased to a marked extent, both in the quality of its product and their quantity. The Indian industry was quite advanced by the contemporary world standards, but unlike the in Europe at this time, the Indian industry did not make any new advances in the science and technology. Similar, the growth of trade was hampered by the bad communication and by the self-sufficient nature of village economy. Moreover, the emphasis on the land as the sources of wealth and the government revenue lead to neglect of oversee the trades and the navy. Perhaps not even the best of king and the nobles could, could have achieved this situation. In the absence of scientific and technological development and the social, economic and political revolution, India lagged behind the Europe economic and political and the scrambled its race. An important socio-political point of downfall of the Mughal Empire was the absence of spirit of political nationalism among the people. This was because the India at that time lacked the element which constitute the modern nation. The people of India did not feel that were all Indian, nor were they consensus of ownness, of having the common interest, even though element of culture unity has been existed in country of centuries. Therefore, there did not exist the ideal of loving, dying one nation. Instead, the people were loyal to the person, tribe, caste, and the religion. In fact, no group or the class of country was deeply interested in maintaining the unity of country or the empire. Such unity as did exist was imposed from the above by strong rulers. The peasants' loyalty was confined to their village and the caste. Moreover, they took little interest in the politics of empire. Nor did they identify its interest with their own. They realized that they had a little seat in it and that even the defense from the external aggression was not their concern. Zamindar tended to rebel against any central authority, which showed a sign of weakness. They were opposed to strong centralized state that uh, that uh, that curbed their power and autonomy. The nobles had been earlier embedded with the exaggerated notion of loyalty to their dynasty, but this was mainly based on the high office and the privilege they obtained in the return. With the decline of dynasty, the noble lessened their self-interest and the ambition, ever the loyalty of the state and attacked the very unity of empire by carving out the autonomous principality. Even those who rebel against the empire, for example, Maratha, Jat, Rajput, interested in consolidating their regional, tribal, personal powers, and had no notion of fighting for the notion called the India for its unity. The reality was that the existing character of Indian economy, social relation, power structure, political institution was still that time was not yet ripe for the unification of Indian society for its emergence of nation. The Mughal Empire might have continued to exist for a long time of its administration and armed power had not broken down, mostly as a result of the factor discussed above. There was a rapid decline in administrative efficiency of empire during the 18th century. Administration was neglected and the law and order broke down in many parts of the country. Unruly the Jamidar opened defied central of authority. Even the royal camps, Mughal army on the march were often plundered by the hostile enemy. Corruption, bravery, indiscipline, inefficiency, disobedience, loyalty, privilege on the large scale among the officials at all the levels. Central government was often on the verge of bankruptcy. The old accumulated wealth was exhausted while the existing sources of income were narrow. Many provinces failed to remit the provincial revenue to the center. The area of Khalish land was gradually reduced as the emperor tried to place friendly noble by the granting the Jagir out of these lands. The rebellious Jamindar regularly withheld revenue effort to increase the income by oppressing and the peasantry products popular reaction. Ultimately, the military strength of the empire was affected during the 18th century. The Mughal army lack of discipline and the fighting moral, lack of finance made it difficult to maintain a large army. And its soldiers and officers were not paid for the month, and since they were made mercenaries, they were constantly dissatisfied and often worked on the mutiny against the nobles. Commander did not maintain their full quota of military contingents because of their own financial troubles. Moreover, the civil war resulted in the death of many brilliant commanders and the brave, experienced soldiers. Thus, the army ultimate sanction of an empire and the pride of great Mughal was so weakened that it could no longer curb the ambitious chiefs, nobles, defend the empire from the foreign aggression. The final blow to the Mughal Empire was given to series of foreign invasions attacked by Nadir Shah and Shah Abdali, which were then themselves consequence of the weakness of the empire, drained the empire of its wealth, ruined its trade and industry in the north, and almost destroyed its military power. Finally, the emergence of British challenge took away to last hope of the revival of crisis-ridden empire. In this last fact lie the most important consequence of decline of Mughal Empire. None of Indian powers rose to claim the heritage of great Mughal, for they were strong enough to destroy the empire but not strong enough to unite it to create anything new in its place. And that they could not create a new school order which could stand up on the new enemy from the west. All of them represented the same morbid social system as headed by the Mughals, and all of them suffer from the weakness which had destroyed and the mighty Mughal Empire. On the other hand, the European knocking at the gate of India had the benefit of coming from the society which had evolved the superior economic system, which were more advanced in the science and technology. The tragedy of decline the Mughal Empire was that its mental fall on the foreign power which dissolved in its own interest. The century-old socio-economic and political structure of the country had replaced it with the colonial structure. But some good was destined to come out of this event. The stagnation of Indian society was broken and new process of change emerged. This process, because it grew out the colonial context, inevitably brought it with the extreme misery and national degradation, not to mention in economic, political, and the cultural backwardness. But it was the precisely that these new forces of changes which were to provide the dynamism of modern India. So, first it related how the in decline the Mughal Emperor started. So, in this chapter we have read that there is the social, economic, and political changes, and the religious changes also. When the Aurangzeb come into the power, they impose the jizya taxes and they destroy the Hindu temples. So one of the reason is also declining. Another is the political and the military power also due to the many times invasion from the foreign. Uh, the the military commanders not able to perform as well as. Second, third is the in between the emperors, the Mughal emperor was not as much as good to regulate their policy. So this is also one of the reasons. So there are many reasons for declining the Mughal emperor. One of them the religious, economic, and political. So this is the reason. And the second chapter related to Indian states and society in the 18th century. What happened? Decade of the Mughal emperor after, while the gradual weakening of and declining of Mughal empire, local and regional political and economic forces began to rage and assert themselves by the politics and began to undergo the major changes from the late 17th century and onward. During the 18th century, on the debris of the Mughal emperor and its political system rose a large number of independent, semi-independent powers such as Bengals, Awadh, Hyderabad, Mysore, Maratha kingdom, and it is these powers which the British had to overcome in their attempt at supremacy in India. Some of these states, such as the Bengal, Awadh, Hyderabad, may be characterized as the succession state. They rose as a result of the assertion of autonomy by governors of Mughal provinces with the decay of central power. Others such as the Maratha, Afghan, Jat, Punjab state were product of rebellions by the local chieftain, Jamindar and the peasants against the Mughal authority. Not only did the politics in the two types of the state, Jews differ to some of the extent from the each other, but the other were differences among all them because of local condition and yet not surprisingly, the overall politics and the administrative reform work was very similar in nearby all of them. There was, of course, also a third zone comprising of area on the southwest and the southeast coast, and in the northeast India, where the Mughal influence had not penetrated to any degree. The ruler of all the 18th century state tried to legitimize their position by acknowledging the nominal supremacy of the Mughal emperor by the seeking his approval as his representative. Moreover, nearly all of them adopted the method of a split of Mughal administration. first group of the state succession inherited the functioning the Mughal administration structure, institution. Others try to adopt the varying degree this structure institution, including the Mughal revenue system. The ruler of these states established the law and order and viable economic and administrative structure. They coped with a varying degree of success and the lower local official and the petty chiefs and the jamidars who constantly fought with the higher authority for control over the surplus product of peasants and who sometimes succeeded in establishing the local center of power and patrol. They also consolidated, accommodated with local chiefs and jamidar who desire uh, peace and law and order. In general, they were the most of the state decentralization of political authority, with the chief Jagidar being the economic and political power. The politics of these states were invariably non-communal, secular motivation of their rulers. Political term. These rulers did not discriminate on the religious ground in the public appointments, civil, military, nor did they rebel against their authority pay much attention to the religious authority. There is therefore the little warrant for belief that the decline and breakup of Mughal Empire was followed by the anarchy, breakdown of law and order in different parts of India. In fact, whatever the anarchist administration and economic existence in the 18th century usually followed the British War of Conquest and the British intervention in the internal affairs of Indian state. None of these states, however, succeeded in arresting the economic crisis which had set in during the 70th century. All of them remained the basically rent extended state. The Jamidars and Jagidar, whose number and political strength constantly increased, continued to fight over the income from agriculture, while the condition of peasantry continued to deteriorate. While these states prevented and backdraw breakdown of internal trades, even try to promote the foreign trade. They did nothing to modernize the basic industrial and commercial structure of their state. And this largely explains their failure to consolidate themselves towards the extended attack. The state of Hyderabad was founded by the Nizamul Asaf in the 724. He was one of the leading nobles of the post-Aurangzeb era. He played a leading role in overthrow the Sayyid brother and was rewarded with the viceroyalty of the Deccan. In 1720 and 1722, he consolidated his hold over the Deccan by the suppressing all the opposition to his viceroyalty and organizing the administration on the efficient line. From 1722 to 1724, he was Wazir of the empire, but he soon got disgusted with that office as the Emperor Mughal Muhammad Shah frustrated all his attempts at reforming the administration. So he decided to go back to the Deccan where he could safely maintain his supremacy. He laid the foundation of Hyderabad state, which he ruled with strong hand. He never openly declared his independence from the central government, but but in the practice he acted a lying like an independent truth. He waged war, concluded peace, conferred a title, gave a jagir office without the reference to Delhi. He followed a tolerant policy toward the Hindu. For example, Hindu Purans, Chand. Chand was in Dewan, and he consolidated his power by establishing orderly administration in Deccan on the basis of Jagidari system of the Mughal pattern. And he forced the big turbulent Jamidar to respect his authority and keep the powerful Maratha out of his dominance. And he also made an attempt to read the revenue system of his correction. But after the date of 1748, Hyderabad fell a prey to some destructive forces as were operating. Carnatic was one of the Suba of the Mughal Deccan and as such come under the Nizam Hyderabad authority. Just as in the practice of Nizam had become independent of Delhi, and so also the deputy governor of Carnatic, known as the Nawab of Carnatic, had free himself to control over the Viceroy of Deccan and made his office hereditary. Thus the Nawab Sadutullah Khan of the Carnatic had made a nephew Dostan his successor without the approval of superior Nizam. Later in 1740, the affair of Carnatic deterioration because of repeated struggle for his nowship, and this provided opportunity to the European trading company to directly interfere in the Indian politics. Taking the advantage of the growing weakness of the central authority, two men of the exceptional ability, Murshid Quli Khan, Ali Warde Khan, made the Bengal virtually independent. Even though the Murshid Quli Khan was made a governor of Bengal as the late 1717, he had been an effective ruler since 1700 when he was appointed at its Diwan, and he soon freed himself from the central control through he regularly sent a large tribute to the emperor. He established the peace by the freeing the Bengal of internal and external danger. Bengal was now also relatively free of major uprising by the Jamihar. Only three major uprisings during his rules were the firstly by the Sitaram Rai and Uday Narayan and Ghulam Muhammad, and then by the Shujat Khan and finally by the Najat Khan. After defeating them, Murshid Quli Khan gave their jamidari to his favorite Ram Jeevan. Murshid Quli Khan died in 1727, and his son-in-law Sujauddin ruled Bengal till 1739. In that year, the Aliwardi Khan deposed and killed Sujauddin's sons and Sarfaraj Khan and made himself the Nawab. These three Nawab gave Bengal a long period of peace and orderly administration and promoted its trade and industry. Murshid Quli Khan affected the economic and in the administration and recognized the finance of Bengal by the transforming the large part of Jagir into the Khalish land by the carrying out the fresh revenue settlement and the introduction of system of revenue farming. He crushed the revenue farmers and officials from the local Jamidar and merchant banker. He also granted the agriculture loan to the poor cultivator to relieve their distress as well as to able them to pay the land revenue in that time. He was thus able to increase the resources of Bengal government, but the system of revenue farming led to increase the economic pressure on the Jamidari and peasant. Moreover, even though he demanded only the standard revenue, horrible illegal cesses, he collected the revenue from Jamidars and the peasants with utmost cruelty. Another result of his reform was that many of older jamidars were driven out and their places was taken by the upstart revenue. Murshid Quli Khan and the succeeding Nawab gave equal opportunity for the employment of Hindu Muslim. They filled the highest civil post and many of military posts in the Bengal. Mostly Hindu. In choosing the revenue, the farmer Murshid Quli Khan gave a preference to the local jamidar and the Mahajans, moneylenders, who were mainly Hindus, and he thus laid the foundation of new landed aristocracy in the Bengal. All the these Nawab recognized that expansion of trade benefit the people and the government, therefore gave encouragement to all the merchants, Indian farmers, Indian and the foreigners. They provided for the safety of roads and the rivers from the thieves and the robbers by the establishing the regular thana and the chowkidar. They checked the private trade by officing. They prevented abuse of custom administration at the same time. They made it a point to maintain the strict control over the foreign trading company and their servant and prevented them from abusing their privilege. They compelled the servant of English East India Company to obey the law and land to pay the same custom duty as were being paid to other merchants. However, they did not permit the English and the French of 45 their factories in the Calcutta and Chandranagar. The Bengal Nawab proved, however, to the short-sighted and neglected in one respect. They did not formally put down the increasing the tendency of East India Company and the company after the 1770 to use the military forces to threaten its use to give the demand accepted. They had a power to deal with the company threats, but they continue to believe that mere trading company could not even threat their power, and they fail to see that the English India Company was no mere company of trader, but was a representative of the most aggressive and expansionist colonialism of that time. Their ignorance of and lack of contact with the rest of the world was cost of state dear. Otherwise, they could have known for devastation caused by the Western trading company in Africa, Southeast Asia, and Latin America. Nawab of Bengal neglected the build a strong army and paid a heavy price of it. For example, the army of Murshid Quli Khan consisted of 2,000 cavalry and 4,000 infantry. However, they was constantly troubled by the repeated invasion of Maratha, and in the end, he had ceded a large part of Odisha to them. And when 1756 to 67, English East India Company declared a war of Siraj-ud-Dawla, successor of Oliver, the absence of a strong army contribution much of Viceroy of foreign, but the Bengal Nawab also failed to check the growing corruption among the officials. Even the judicial official, Qazi, Munsifs were also taking the bribe. Foreign company took full advantage of this weakness of the undermined official rulers and the regulation of policy. So about the founder of autonomous kingdom of Awadh was the Sadat Khan. uh, Burhan ul Mulk, who was appointed as governor of Awadh in 1722. He was extremely bold, energetic, iron-willed, intelligent person. At that time, his appointment, many rebellious jamidars had raised their head everywhere in the provinces. They refused to pay the land tax, organized their own private army, and erected fort and defied the imperial government. For years, Sadat Khan had to wage the war upon them. He succeeded in suppressing the non-Indians and disciplining the big Jamidar, and thus increasing the financial resources of the government. He won over the chiefs and the Jamidar through the various consensus. Moreover, the most of the defeated Jamidar were also not disciplined. They were usually confined in their estate after they had submitted and agreed to pay their due regularly. Sadat Khan also carried out a fresh revenue settlement in 1723. He is said to have improved the loss of peasants by the levying the equitable land revenue and protecting him from the oppression by the big giant. Like the Bengal Nawab, he too did not discriminate between the Hindu and Muslim. Many of his commander and high officials were the Hindu. He targeted the refractory Jamidars, chiefs, nobles, irrespective of their religions. His troops were well paid, well armed, well trained. His administration was efficient, and he too continued the Jagir system before his death. 1739, he had become the virtually independent, had made a provinces and hereditary position. And he was succeeded by his nephews, Sardar Jung, who was simultaneously appointed as the Wazir of the Empire in 1748 and granted the additional provinces of Allahabad. Safdarjung gave a long period of peace to the people of Awadh and Allahabad before his death. 1754, he suppressed the rebellions Jamidar, won over the other and made an alliances with the Marathas. So Sardar saw that the domination was saved from their incursions. He was able to win the loyalty of Rajput chieftain and the Shekashdar. They carried a warfare against the Rohils and the Bangas Pathans. In this war against the Bangas Pathan in 1750 to 51, he secured the Maratha military help by paying a daily allowances of 25,000 rupees. Jat supported by the paying the 15,000 rupees a day. Later, after he entered into the agreement with the Peshwa, by which the Peshwa was to help the Mughal Emperor against the Ahmad Shah Abdali to protect it from such an internal rebels such as the Indian Pathans and the Rajput Rani. In return, the Peshwa was to be paid 50 lakh rupees and granted a choice of the Punjab. Sindh and the several districts of northern India, and made a governor of Ajmer and Agra. The agreement failed, however. The Peshwa went over to Safdarjung's enemy at the Delhi, who prominent his governorship of Awadh and Allahabad. Safdarjung also organized an equitable system of justice. He too adopted a policy of impartiality in the employment of Hindu and Muslim. Highest post of the government was held by the Hindu Maharaja Nawab Rai. Prolonged period of peace and of economic prosperity of the nobles under the government of noble Nawab resulted in the time in the growth of distinct Lucknow culture around the Awadh court. Lucknow for long an important city of Awadh and the seat of the Awadh Nawab after the 7075 soon after the rival Delhi in its portrayal of the arts and literature. It also developed an important center of handicraft, craft and culture, and also percolated to the town under the patronage of local chieftains and jamindar. Safdarjung maintained a very standard of personal morality. All of his life he was devoted to his only wife. As a matter of fact, that all the founder of three autonomous kingdoms of Hyderabad, Bengal, Awadh, namely the Nizamul Mulk, Murshid Quli Khan, Ali Wardi Khan, Sadat Khan, Safdarjung were the men of highest personal morality. Nearly all of them lead austere and simple life. Their life give a life to the belief that all the leading nobles of 18th century had an extravagant and luxurious life, and it was the only their public and political dealing that they resorted to the fraud, intrigue, the treasury. Next to the Hyderabad, the Mysore. The most important power emerged in the South India was the Mysore under the Hyder. The kingdom of Mysore had preserved its precarious independence ever since the end of the Vijayanagara Empire and had been only nominally a part of Mughal Empire. Early in the 18th century, the two ministers, Nanna Raja and Dev Raja, had a siege of power in the Mysore, reducing the king Chikka Krishna Raja to the mere puppet. The Hyder Ali, born in 1721 in the Afscore family, started his career as a petty officer in the Mysore army. Though the uneducated, he possessed a keen intellect and was a man of great energy. During the determination, he was also a brilliant commander and a shrewd diplomat. Hyder Ali soon found his opportunity in the war, which involved the Mysore for the more than the country. Cleverly using the opportunity that came his way, he gradually rose in the Mysore army. He soon recognized the advantage of Western military training and appealed it to troops to under his own command. He established the modern arsenals in the Dindinar in 1755 with the help of French export. 1761 he overthrew the Nanja Raja and established his authority over the Mysore state, and he extended the full control over the rebellious oligarchs. Oligarchs means warrior chieftain or jamindar, and conquered the territory of Bidan, Sunda, Senra, and Malabar. A major reason for his occupation of the Malabar was the desire to have access to the Indian Ocean. Though the illiterate He was an efficient administration. He was responsible for introducing the Mughal administrative and revenue system in his domination. He took over the major Mysore when it was the weak and divided state and soon made it one of the leading Indian powers. He practiced the religious tolerance and his first diwan and many other officials were the Hindu. Almost, almost from the beginning of the establishment of his power, he was engaged in war with the Maratha Sardar, Nizam and the British. 1769 he repeatedly defeated the British forces and reached the wall of Maratha. And he died in 1782 in the course of Second Anglo-Mysore War and succeeded by his son Tipu. Sultan Tipu, who ruled Mysore till the death of the hand of the British 1799, was a man to complex character. Tipu Sultan was one of an innovator. His desire to change with the time was symbolized in the introduction of new calendar, new system of coins, and scale of weight measure. His personal library contained a book of such a diverse subjects such as the religious, history, military, science, medicine, mathematics. He saw a keen interest in the French Revolution. He planted a tree of liberty at Rangapattanam, and he became a member of Jacobin Club. His organizational capacity is borne out by the fact that in those days the general indiscipline among the Indian army. His troops remained disciplined and loyal to him to the last. He tried to do away with the custom of giving the jagirs and thus increase the state of income. He also made an attempt to reduce the hereditary possession of the polygars and to eliminate the intermediaries between the state and cultivator. However, his hand revenue was as high as that of other contemporaries. It ranges up to the one-third of the gross product, but the chief the collection of the illegal success and even the liberal in granting permission. His infantry was armed with the musket and the bayonet in the European fashion, which were however the manufactured by the Mysore, and he also made an effort to build a modern navy after the 1796. For this, the purpose to establish the two dockyards and the model of ship being supplied by the Sultan himself. In the personal life, he was free from the vice and kept himself free from the luxury. He was recklessly brave as a commander, brilliant. He was fond of saying that it was the better to live a day as a lion than the lifetime as a sheep. He died fighting at the gates of the Sri Rangapattanam in pursuing of his belief. He was, however, hasty in the action and unstable in it. As a statesman, he more than any other 18th century Indian ruler recognized to the full extent of threats that the English poses to the South India as well as the other Indian powers. He stood forth as a steadfast foe of rising English power. English in turns look upon him as their most dangerous enemy in India. Though not free from the contemporary economics backwardness, Mysore flourished economically under the Hyder and the Tipu, especially when seen the contrast with the immediate past with rest of country. When the British occupied the Mysore after the defeating and killing the Tipu in 1799, they were surprised to find that the Mysore peasants were 10 more prosperous than the peasants in the British occupied Madras. Sir John Shaw, the Governor General from 1793 to 1798, wrote a letter that the peasantry of this domination are the protected and their labor encouraged and rewarded. Another important observers were route to the Tipu Mysore as well as cultivated the populace with the industrious inhabited cities newly founded in the commons extending. Tipu also seemed to have grasped an important modern trades and industry. In fact, the alone among the Indian rulers, he understood the importance of economic strength as the foundation of humanity. He made some attempt to introduce the modern industry in India by importing foreign workmen as an export and by extending the state's support to many industries. He sent the emission to the France, Turkey, Pegu, Myanmar, and developed the foreign trade also. Tipu Sultan also traded with the China. He even tried to set up a trading company on the pattern of European company and thus sought to imitate their commercial practice. He tried to promote the trade with the Russia, Arabia by setting up the state trading institution in the port town. Some British historians have described the Tipu as a religious fantastic, but this was not a bones out by the fact. Though he was the orthodox in his religious view, he was in fact tolerant and intelligence in his approaches toward the other religion. He gave the money for the construction of images of goddess Sarda in Srigeri temples. After the later he was looted by the Maratha horsemen in 1791. He regularly gave the gift to this temple as well as the several other temples. The famous temples of the Sri Ranganath were situated barely 100 yards from his palace. But while he treated the vast majority of Hindu Christians subjected with the considerable, and he was harsh to those Hindu and the Christians who might directly or then indirectly aided the British organization. Kerala, at the beginning of 18th century, Kerala was divided of a large number of feudal chiefs and rajas. The four most important states were those of Calicut under the Jamhuri and the Chirakkal, Cochin, and the Travancore. The kingdom of Travancore rose into the provinces after the 1729 under the king Maratha Varma. One of the leading statesmen of the 18th century, he combined the rare foresight, strong determination with the courage and daring. He was subdued the feudatory, conquered the Kulins, Ilayadam, and defeated the Dutch, thus ending their political power in the kingdom. He was organized a strong army, and we are talking about the Jamhuri, the king of Calicut. Western model of with the help of the European officer and armed with its modern weapon, he also constructed a modern arsenals. The Martins Burma used a new army to expand the northward from the boundary of Travancore and soon extended from the Kalyan Kanyakumari to Cochin, and he undertook the many irrigation work, built roads, canals, communication, and gave the active encouragement to the foreign. हेलो, हाउ आर यू, गुड मॉर्निंग। हाँ, कल नहीं आ पाया था। मेरा मेरा भाई आया था, उसको लेने गया था। और भी था, फिर हम लोग बातें करते रह गए, थके रह गए, सो दैट्स व्हाई। Now I will try to daily come at 9 o'clock, but देखते हैं, let's try to. And you know, I have finished 1.5 chapter today of history. थोड़ी सी बस, मुझे धुंधला दिख रहा था, so that's why I thought that कि without any further delay चलो चश्मा लगा लेता हूँ, नहीं तो क्या पता अंधा ही हो जाऊँ पढ़ते पढ़ते, है नहीं। आप लोग क्या कर रहे हो? व्हाट आर यू डूइंग राइट नाउ? आई होप नाश्ता वगैरह खाना पीना आपने कर लिया होगा। इट्स 11 o'clock राइट नाउ। 70, 63 ये तो कितनी अच्छी बात है, मतलब इट्स नाइस टू हियर यू दैट यू आल्सो स्टडिंग। कितने बजे से आप पढ़ रहे हो? ओके, 9 o'clock से तो मैं भी हूँ, शायद मेरे साथ ही आप पढ़ रहे हो। इज इट राइट नाउ? By the 1763, all the petty principality of Kerala had been absorbed or subordinated by the three big states of Kochi, Travancore, Kaliga. Hyder Ali began his invasion of Kerala in 1767 and 66, and in the end of annexed North Kerala to the Cochins, including the territory of Jamhuri of Kaliga. हाँ, हमारे अंदर बेचैनी तो रहती है ना कि हम चला ही लेंगे, कोई बात नहीं। इंस्टाग्राम भी चलाना ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि उसमें नए-नए रील्स आते हैं ना, स्लो मोशन में गाना चलाते हैं, वो लगता है कि हम ही चल रहे हैं गाना में। जब हम किसी गाने को पसंद करते हैं या किसी रील को पसंद करते हैं, तो लगता है हम ही हैं बस, कि हम ही चल ही रहे हैं, या गाड़ी से हम ही उतर रहे हैं, या फूलों में हम चल रहे हैं, या फिर हर जगह हम ही हैं, या खाने की दुकान पे हम ही हैं। तो इसलिए हमारा बार-बार ध्यान इंस्टाग्राम पे चला जाता है कि क्या पता हम ही हमें हर जगह। 18th century was the remarkable arrival of Malayalam literature. This was due to the Rajas and chief of the Kerala, who was great of portrait literature. The capital of Travancore became the second half of 18th century and the famous century of the Sanskrit scholars Rama Varma, successor of Marthanda Varma, was himself a poet, scholar, musician, renowned actors and man of great culture. He converted the fluency in the English, took a keen interest in the European affairs regularly, read a newspaper and journals published in London, Calcutta, Madras. Rajput state, the principal Rajput state took advantage of growing weakness of Mughal emperors, Mughal power, and virtually free themselves from the central control, while some of the times increasing their influence in the rest of the empire. In the region of the Farrukhiyat, the Mughal Muhammad Shah, the rulers of Ambar and Marwar, were appointed a governor of important Mughal provinces such as Agra, Gujarat, and Marwar. Rajputana state continued to be divided as before, before the bigger among themselves expanded in the cost of their weaker neighbors and the Rajput and non-Rajput. Most of the large Rajput states were constantly involved in petty quarrel and civil war. The internal politics of these states were often characterized by the same type of corruption, intrigue, treachery, at the Mughal court. That the Ajit Singh of the Marwar was killed by his own son. Ajit Singh of Marwar was killed by his own son. And most outstanding Rajput ruler of the 18th century was the Savai Jai Singh of Amber. He ruled over the 1618 to 1743. He distinguished the statesmen, lawmakers, reformers, and most of all the soul as the man of science in an age of when Indian were published scientific progress. He founded the city of Jaipur and made it great state of science art. Jaipur was built upon strictly scientific principle and according to the regular plan, its board street and integrated at the right angle. हाँ मैं अपनी बता रहा था आपकी नहीं बता रहा था कि मतलब हम जब रील देखते हैं ना तो हमें लगता है हम ही हैं स्लो मोशन में जब गाना चलता है तो लगता है हम ही है गाड़ियों से उतरते हैं तो लगता है हम ही है तो मैं आपकी बात नहीं कर रहा था मैं अपनी ही बात कर रहा था मैं भी देखता हूँ रील और ये ना एक बीमारी है रील देखना पता नहीं कैसे छूट जाएगा बट मैं कम ही देखता हूँ मतलब इंस्टाग्राम चालू करने का मतलब रील ही है उसमें और कुछ तो नहीं मेरे को दिखता कभी कभी देख लेता हूँ कभी मतलब समटाइम्स कभी थका रहता हूँ तो मैं कहता चलो देखता हूँ कुछ हुआ है क्या इंस्टाग्राम पे कोई ट्रेंडिंग टॉपिक चल रही है क्या तो पता चलता हाँ ट्रेंडिंग टॉपिक चल रही है नया गाना आया है ना वो ट्रेंडिंग में बट ठीक है कोई बात नहीं जैसे हुआ देव ऑफ एवरीथिंग a great astronomer he erected the observatory with the accurate and advanced instruments. Some of them which own imagine are Delhi, Jaipur, Ujjain, Varanasi, Mathura. Just you were able to everything the great astronomer. Just you were the great astronomer. हाँ देख लेता हूँ क्या है देखने में क्या है गाना सुनो पढ़ना लिखना तो है नहीं मेरे को तो मैं कहता हूँ चलो रील देखता हूँ astronomical observation weather remarkably accurate. वैसे मैं इंस्टॉल नहीं किया हूँ एप्लीकेशन इंस्टॉल नहीं किया तो ज़्यादा नहीं देख पाता कुछ टाइम बाद मोबाइल रोने लगता है कहता है अब नहीं चल रहा इंस्टाग्राम एप्लीकेशन इंस्टॉल रहता है तो वो कॉन्टिन्यूअस चलता ही रहता है तो मोबाइल जब जवाब देने लगता है तो हम कहते हैं चलो ठीक है, रख देते हैं। सेक्टर इंटीरियर का चीज मोहम्मद शादी ये plate element of geometry translated in Sanskrit, and also the several work trigonometry and the network works and construction. हाँ वही करता रहता हूँ, पढ़ते तो कहीं नौकरी नहीं लगती, जैसे was also society famous. It was in the law to reduce the lavish explanation which Rajput acted on their was reading. They had given the evil practice of female infamy. They say Machiavelli princess ruled Jaipur for nearly 44 years, 1699 to 1740. The Jats caste of agriculture lived in the regions around the Delhi, Agra, Mathura. Jat regions around the Mathura revolt under the leadership of Jats and in 1669 then again the 1650. These revolt were crushed, but the Agra remained disturbed after the death of Aurangzeb. They created a disturbance all around the Delhi. Though originally the peasant uprising Jat revolt led by the Jamidas, who soon became the predatory. They took active part in the court introduced at Delhi, often changing the site to suit their own advantage. The Jat state of the Bharatpur was set up by the Churman and the Badals. मुखर्जी नगर में रहते हैं। Power reached its highest glory under the Suraj month, who ruled from the 7056 to 7063, who was extremely able administration and the soldiers and very wide stately. He extended the authority over the large area which extended from the Ganga and east of the Chambal in the south. Suba of Agra, in the west and the Suba of Delhi in the north. This state included among the other districts of Agra, Mathura, Meerut, Aligarh. They tried to lay the foundation of Indian state by adopting the Mughal revenue system. A contemporary historian has described him as follows. Though he was a race of farmer and could speak only his own Braj dialogue, he was a Plato Jat tribe who gained the e-skill, ability to manage the revenue and skill affair. He had no equal among the gardens of Hindustan except for a sub-Jha. After the death in 1763, the Jat state decline was built up among the petty Jamidas and on the whom lived Bangash, Pathan and the Rohit. Muhammad Khan Bangash an Afghan adventure established his control over the territory around the Farrukhabad between what he are now Aligarh, Kanpur, the region of the Farrukhia and the Muhammad Shah. Similarly, during the breakdown of administration following the Nadir Shah invasion, Ali Muhammad Khan carved out the separate principality known Rohi's Hill at the foothill of the Himalaya between the Ganga in the south of POMODORO in the north. Its capital at the first of Alone, Berili, later at Rampur. The Rohil clashed the first deadly with the Awardh. हॉबी कुछ भी नहीं है, खाना पीना सोना पढ़ना। हाँ, खाना पीना सोना पड़ना। उसमें तो कुछ भी बोल दूंगा, जिसके बारे में जो ज़्यादा नॉलेज होगा उसके बारे में बता दूंगा। जैसे अगर मुझे फुटबॉल का नॉलेज होगा तो फुटबॉल के बारे में बता दूंगा, ताकि 10-20 क्वेश्चन फुटबॉल से रिलेटेड, कौन फर्स्ट है कौन टॉपर है, उससे रिलेटेड क्वेश्चन बनाऊंगा। यार कर लूँगा, क्या है, हॉबी में उतना पूछते नहीं, कभी कभी पूछ लेते। समटाइम्स दे यूज्ड टू आस्क अबाउट द हॉबी। प्रिपेयर कर लूँगा, मतलब 10 दिन सोच लूँगा कि क्या हॉबी है। डांस करना है, गाना गाना है, खाना है। देख लूँगा किसमें सबसे इजी क्वेश्चन बन सकते हैं कि सामने वाला फंसा ना पाए। यस, मुझे तो अवधेशादाव इट्स माई 4th अटेम्प्ट। है नहीं कितना रस्ट। display profile on the subject. They know also to lower people and vulnerable places in the sacrifices on the ceremony that also found the equal status to the women teaching of the initiative an alternative to the system of sacrifices where the creative philosophical in the nature do not easily understood by the teaching of knowledge. Reject the authority of Vedas and Vedic wisdom, did not believe in the existence of God, believe in the karma and transmission of God, and having the equality, but did not condemn the Varna system. This is the equality, but did not condemn the Varna system. Adequate the life and the non-violence, humans had an equal soul and they did not look down the men maybe things are the bad as per his action, not for the law. First is conservation, last is conservation. Yataman, first is 23rd, Parshvana, born in Varanasi, 22nd, Aristalami, Yataman Mahavir, 1539, 467 birth, Kundal Gram near the Vaishali, belong to Gantrika clan. Uday Mahavira was the contemporary. Parents Siddharth, the Gantrika clan, and Trishula, sister of military chief Chetak. Wife and daughter married to the Yashodhara, had a daughter Anjoja, Priyadarshana. Teacher Alara Kalma, Alara Udarka Ram Alara Kama, Udarka Ram their two teachers. Cavan IS school programs attend at the 42nd day under the sal tree. Jimbi Kagaram on the bank of Riju Palika River. Hence the Pope called the Mahavir Jina Jitendra, one who conquered his senses. Nigartha Arhat Caplins. First ceremony, Bipula Pig actor has been to his 11 discipline known as the Gandhara. First disciple Indrabhati Gautam, date 72-year-old of 527 BC, Pavapuri Yogatma. Symbol Mahavira, symbol was the lion, and the Rishabha was the bull and Parshva was the toad serpent. Tenet of Jainism, philosophy and teaching of Jainism. Believe in Jainism, recognize the existence of God. Yes, being lower than the Jainism. He did not condemn the Varna system, attempt to mitigate the evil of Varna order and the ritualistic Vedic. According to Mahavira, a person is born in the higher or lower Varna as a consequence of science or the virtue in the previous one. Thus the Jainism believed in the transmigration of the soul into Judaism. Anektavada, which is that the ultimate truth, reality is complex, has multiple aspects, that is the theory of plurality. It refers to the simultaneously acceptance of multiple powers, even the contradictory viewpoint. Syadavada, all the judgment are conditional, holding the good only in the certain condition. Circumstances, a sense of RAINFALL literally means the method of examining the different probability. 7 modes of prediction. 5 doctrine of Jainism. Ahimsa, Satya, Asteya, Aparigraha. Ahimsa, non-injury. Satya, do not speak or lie. Asteya, do not steal. Aparigraha, do not acquire the property. Mahavira added one teaching. Brahmacharya also observed the qualities. 3 janas में right faith, right knowledge, right action. सम्यक दर्शन, सम्यक ज्ञान, सम्यक चरित्र. 2 elements of the world, 3 sources of knowledge. Jiva means meaning, consciousness. Atma means unconsciousness. 3 sources of knowledge. Pratyaksha, direct knowledge. Anuman, contemplation, saying of the truth. 5 types of knowledge. Mati jana, Shruta jana, Avadi jana. Mati, Shruta, Avadi jana. Mana, Prayay jana, Camel jana. Jain metaphysics. Niranjana, destruction of karma. Moksha, complete deliverance from the karma. Jiva, living the matter of soul. Ajiva, non-living matter. Paap, shame, punya, action which lead to the good karma. Asarya, follow of karma. Samvarsa, impediment of flow of karma. Bandha, bondage of soul to the karma. Anuvarta means nature of which for Jain lay the people take up, kind of parallel to the great law of things. There of light to practice a daily life. The 5 great laws apply only the ascetics of Jainism, and the places are the 5 minor laws for the household. The 5 minor laws in the Jainism are the model after the Great War and but differ in the degree. They are less demanding and restrictive than the same Great War. Sect and school of Jainism. Jaina order has been divided into 2 major sects, Digambara and Swatambaram. The division occurred mainly due to the famine in Magadha, which compelled to group into the Bhadrabahu to move into the south India. During the 12 year the famine, the group in the south India strict practice, while the group in the Magadha adopted a more lax attitude and started the wearing white clothes. After the end of the famine, when the southern groups come back to the Magadha, the change practice led to the division of Jainism. Digambara, Svetambara. Monk of these sects believe the complete nudity. Male monk do not wear the clothes, while the female monk wear the hands, which is plain white sari. And the follow 5 were Satya, Ahimsa, Aste, Aparigraha, Brahmacharya. Believe women cannot achieve the liberation. The earliest record of Digambara believe it contained the Prakrit Sukta Pahuda of the Kunda Kuda. Monasticism rules are the more rigid under the Digambara school. Bhadrabahu was an exponent of this sect. Major subsect were the Mulasan, Bisa Pantha, Taran Pantha, Samay Pantha. Minor subsect Guman Pantha and Purutta Pantha. Svetambara, monk with the white cloak, follow the four vows, except the brahmachari. Satya Ahimsa Aste Apariya. Satya Ahimsa Aste Apariya. They follow the four. Believe women can achieve the liberation. They believe Tirthankar can be men and women. Swetambaram tradition of the Jainism indicate five eternal substances in existence: soul, matter, space, motion, rest. Stool Bhadra was exponent of this sect. Major subset Murti Pujaka, Sthan Keshu, and Terapanthi. Ajivika or the follower of way of life were the ascetic order that started at the time of Buddha, Mahavira, and lasted until the 14th century. Mukhali Gosala led the Mahavira to found the sect of Ajivika. No human effort could have any effect against the Niyati, and therefore the karma is the fallacy. Other sect um, Achivad, it promoter of Ajivika Kesh Kambali, according to him, everything is destroyed after the death. Aryavad, according to this view, promoted by the Puran Kashyap, and there is no fruit of good and bad deed of the human being. Nityavad, its promoter was the Pakuda Kachan. He told only 7 elements such as earth, water, fire, air, happiness, sorrow, and soul. Sunday what it promotes the Sanjay Belutapura. It neither accepted any opinion nor denied any opinion. Sthana Kaveshi, sect of Snanakambaram Jainism founded by the merchant named Lavaji 1653 AD. It believed that ideal worship is not essential in the path of soul purification and attainment of the nirvana moksha. Swetambaram, which were not a sthanic, were mostly part of the Mukti Puja. Important terms related to Jainism: Sarva Shamana, Samvara, Niranjana. A survey inflow of karma to the soul that occur at every second in the life. Sharmana, the seeker, one who performs the sector, austerity and ascetic. Samvara, stoppage of influx of the material karma into the soul consciousness. Niranjana, shedding or the removal of accumulated karma from the atma, essential for the breaking free from the samsara. Kaivalya, also known as the Kevala Jain, means omniscience in the Jainism, and roughly translated as complete understanding and supreme wisdom. Pratikaram, it also during which the Jain repent for their sins during their daily life, remind themselves not to repeat them. Posada, fasting by the Jainism under the full moon and new moon day. Jiva means soul, Siddha means fully liberated, Gunasthana means stage of purification, Basadis means Jaina monastics, Guna means quality. First Jainism Council in 300 BC. uh, venue at Patliputra, Stulbao, the patron Chandragupta Maurya, compilation of 12 Anga to replace the 14 Puran. Second century, second council 512 AD. Ballavi, Devar, Devar, Devarti Gani was the chairperson. A final compilation of 12 Anga and 12 Upanga. There are two Jain councils, first is 300 BC, second is 1200 AD. The venue of first Buddhist council was Patliputra, and the venue of second Buddhist council was Ballabi. What was the outcome in the first Buddhist council? 12 Anga to replace the 14 Purvas. And the outcome of the second Buddhist council, final compilation of 12 Anga and 12 Purvas. North India, Bimbisara, royal patrons of the Jainism. Bimbisara, Ajasattu, Chandragupta Maurya, Bindusar, Harshvardhan, Bindusara, and Kharavela, Udyan, Paradyota. In South India, the Kadamba dynasty, Ganga dynasty, Murghavarsha, Rashtrakuta dynasty, Kumarpala dynasty, Kumarpala Janpad. Important Jain literature. Additionally, the original doctrine of Jain was contained the scripture called the Purva. There were the 14 Purva. Jain literature, mainly the written in the Prakrit language. 8 auspicious symbols under the Jainism, like swastik, Nandya Bharta, and the Bhadrashana, Srivasta, Darpana, Minayugla, Vardhamanka, and Kalash. Kalash was the part filled with the pure water, signifying the water. Vardhamanakya, a shallow dish used to use as a lamp. They show the increase in the wealth, due, and merit. Mina Yugala, a couple of fish which signify the conquest over the sexual origins. Darpana, a minor mirror which reflects the inner self. Srivasta, a mark which manifested on the Jain's chest and signified his pure soul. Bhadradarshana, a throne which said to be thus sanctified by the Jains. Nandya Varta, a large swastik with the 9 points. Swastika signifying peace and well-being of the humans. Kalpa, a Kalpa Sutra written by the Bhadrabahu, it contains the biography of Jain Tirthankar. Agam of canonical literatures. Agam, what has confirmed to us the traditional literature consists of many texts, which are the scared book of the Jain religions. They are written in the Ardhamagadi or from the Prakrit language. Canonical Jain literatures claim to have started in Adinatha, the first teaching. Non-Agam literature consists of contemporary and explanation of Agam literature and independent work, compiled and ascetic and scholars. They are written partially in the Prakrit dialect, which is the Maharashtrian partially. Jain architecture. Manastaba founded the front side of the temple, having the religious importance, which ornamental pillar structure carrying the image of Tirthankar on the top on all the 4 cardinal directions. Basadis Jain monastic established at the temple in the Leana, Ellora cave, Mangi Tungi Cave, Maharashtra, where the Jain architecture has been given. Gajpathana Cave, Maharashtra. Udaygiri Khandergiri Cave, Odisha. Hathi Kumpa Cave, Odisha. Sittan Navasal Cave, Tamil Nadu. Statue Gometeshwara Bahubali statue, Karnataka. Statue of Ahimsa, Maharashtra, Rishabh Pant. Temple Dilwara Temple, Girnar and Palitana Temple, Muktagiri Temple. There are some important three temples. Which one? Dilwara, Girnar, Muktagiri. Dilwara, Girnar, Muktagiri. Dilwara. Trade in Jainism, though the Sangha consists of women and men both. Under the control of the Chandragupta Maurya, Karavela of Kalinga, royal dynasty of South India. Sacheta Ganga, Kadamba, Chalukya, Rashtrakuta. Bhadrabahu, the Guru of Chandragupta Maurya, left for the South India. School Bahu remained the North India. Chandragupta Maurya himself became the Jain. Contribution of Jainism preaches non-violence toward all the living beings. Growth of collective standard language. Vardhaman Mahavir preaches Ardhamangdi language, the language of common man. Introduced the new philosophy. Stay Satyavad. Art of architecture, statue of Gometeshwar, temple of Khajuraho, Adu, tiger cave of Udaygiri, Indra Shubha of Ellora. These are some art and architecture of the Jainism. Jainism contribute for the growth and trading community. Rishabhanath, the symbol was bull. Ajitanath, the symbol was elephant. Mahavira, the symbol was lion. Parshvanath, the symbol was hooded serpent. The discipline of Mahavira, Agnipath, Achelaputra, Pradyot, Indrabhuti, Prabhas, Bimbasara, Vayabhuti, Nityara, Ajat Sutra, Sudraraman, Alemtrit, Dadhivardhan, Mandit, Vyakta, Maniri statue, and the Moria, Putra, and Cheta. These are the some important discipline. Sikh, the founded at the end of 14th century by the Guru Nanak, Sikh religion spread among the Jat, Peasantry and other lower sects of the Punjab. The transformation of the Sikhs into the militant fighting community was begun by the Guru Hargobind. It was, however, under the leadership of Guru Gobind Singh, the 10th and last Guru of Sikhs, that they become a political and military forces. From 1699 onward, the Guru Gobind Singh waged constant war against the army, Aurangzeb on the hill of honor. After the Guru Gobind Singh death, the institution of Guruships come to end. The leadership of the Sikhs passed to his trusted discipline, Banda Singh Mahabu. Banda Singh Mahabu rallied together the peasants and the lower caste of Punjab from Delhi to Lahore and carried on the vigorous thought through the unequal struggle against the Mughal army for the 18. He also captured the 1715 and put the death. There were several reasons for his failure. The Mughal centers was still strong. The upper classes and the caste of Punjab joined the forces against the Banda for its championship of the power. Invasion of Nadir Shah and Ahmad Shah Abdali and the conquest of this location. The Punjab administration gave the Sikhs an opportunity to rage once again. They soon began to fill the political vacuum between 1665 to 1800. They brought Punjab and Jammu under their control. The Sikhs were organized into the 12 mills at the confederacy which operated the different parts of the provinces. These mills fully cooperated with one another. They were originally based on the principle of equality, with all the members having an equal voice in deciding the affair of mills and electing its chiefs and other officers. Gradually, the democratics and the plebeian character of the Muslim disappeared and powerful feudal chiefs and demigod dominated. Punjab under the Ranjit Singh. At the end of 18th century, Ranjit Singh, the chief of Sukerchakia Misl, ruled the prominences. The strong and courageous soldiers and efficient administration and the skilled diplomats. He was born the leader of men. He captured Lahore in 1799 and Amritsar in 1808. He soon brought all the Sikh chiefs west of Satluj under the control of established his own kingdom in the Punjab. Later he conquered the Kashmir, Peshawar, Multan, and all the Sikh chiefs were transformed into the big Jamindar, Jagirdar. He did not make any changes in the system of land revenue promulgated earlier by the law. The amount of land revenue was calculated on the basis of 50% of the gross product. Ranjit Singh built a powerful, disciplined, and well-equipped army along with the European line with the help of European instructors. His new army was confided to the Sikhs. He also recruited the Gorkha, Biharis, Oriya, Pathans, Dogra, Punjabi Muslims. He set up the modern feud reach to manufacture the cannon at the Lahore and employ the Muslim gunners to man them. It is said that the possessed the second best army in Asia, first being the army of English East India Company. Ranjit Singh had a great capacity in choosing his minister and officer. His court was studded with outstanding men. He was tolerant and liberal in the religious matters. He patrolled not only the Sikhs but also the Muslims. Hindu holy man, many of his important minister and the commander were from Muslim. Hindu, the most prominent and the trusted of his minister was the Fakir Ajruddin, while his finance minister was the Diwan Dinanath, and he was a state-based and equal opportunity for all the political power was not used for the exclusive Sikh benefit. On the other hand, the Sikh peasants was the most oppressed by the Sikh chief was the Hindu Muslim peasants. In fact, the structure of the Punjab the state under the Ranjit Singh was similar to the structure of the the Indian state of 18th century. When the British forbade the Ranjit Singh 1809, he crossed the Satluj and took the British state to east of the river under the protection. He kept quiet for he realized that his strength was no match for the British. Thus, by his diplomatic religion, the British temporarily saved his kingdom from the English encroachment, but he did not remove the foreign threats. He only left for it for the successor, and so after his death, when his kingdom was torn by the intense internal struggle for the crown, the English moved in and conquered it. Rise and fall of the Maratha. The most important challenges to the becoming the Mughal power come from the Maratha kingdom, which was the most powerful of the successors. In fact, it alone possessed the strength to fill the political vacuum created by the disintegration. Moreover, it produced a number of brilliant commanders and statesmen. But the Maratha Sardar lacked unity. They lacked the outlook and the program which were necessary for the founding an all Indian. And so they failed to replace the Mughals. They did however succeeded in the continuous war against the Mughal Empire till they destroyed it. Shahu, the grandson of Shivaji, had become a prisoner in the hand of Aurangzeb since 1689. Aurangzeb had treated him and his mother with great dignity, honor, and consideration, paying full attention to the religious, caste, and other needs, hoping perhaps to arrive at a political agreement with the Shah. Shahu was released in 1707 after the Aurangzeb death, and very soon the civil war broken out between the Shahu at Satara and his aunt Tarabai at Kolhapur, who had carried out an anti-Mughal struggle since 1700 in the name of his son Shivaji II after the death of her husband Raja. Maratha Sardar, each one of whom had a large following of soldiers, loyal to himself alone, began to side with one or the other contender for the crown. They used his opportunity to increase their powers, influenced by bargaining with the two contenders for the power. Several of them even introduced with the Mughal viceroy of decade, arising from the conflict between the Saudi and its rival Pune. A new system of Maratha government was evolved under the leadership of the Balaji Vishwanath, the Peshwa King South. With his change began the second period of Peshwa domination in the Maratha history, in which the Maratha states were transformed into an empire. Balaji Vishwanath Brahmin started a life as a petty revenue officer and then gouged day by day. He rendered the Saudi loyal and useful service to suppressing his enemies. His excellence in diplomacy won over the many big Maratha Sultans in the Saudi court. 1730, the Saudi made him his Peshwa for the Mukkarban chief minister. Balaji Vishwanath gradually consolidated the Saudi on his own over the Maratha Sultan and over the most of Maratha, except for the region south of Kolhapur, where the Raja Ram, descendant to the Peshwa, centered power in his office and eclipsed other ministers and the Sarkar. In fact, he and his son Bajirao first remained a Peshwa, the traditional head of Maratha. Balaji Vishwanath took full advantage of the internal conflict of Mughal officials and invaded the Maratha. We had induced the Zulfikar Khan to grant a Chauth and service of the Deccan. In the end, he signed a pact. Sayyid brother, all the territory that had earlier former Shivaji kingdoms was restored to the South, who also assigned the Chauth and Sardesi of the 6 provinces of Deccan. In return, the Sahu, who had already recognized, though nominally the Mughals' surgency, agreed to places a body of 15,000 cavalry at the emperor's service to prevent the rebellions and the plundering of the Deccan, and to pay the annual tribute of 10 lakh of rupees. And he also worked barefoot and paid the provinces at the tomb of Aurangzeb at Kundabad in 1740. 1790, Balaji Vishwanath, at the head of Maratha forces, accompanied Sayyid Hussain Ali Khan to Delhi and helped the Sayyid brother to overthrow the Farooq Singh. At Delhi, he had other Maratha Sultans witness at the first hand and the weakness of the empire, and were filled with the ambition of expansion in the north. For the efficient collection of the Chauth and Sardesi of the Deccan, Balaji Vishwanath assigned a separate area to the Maratha Sarkar, who kept the greater part of the collection for their expenses. This system of assignment of the Chauth and Sardesi to also enabled the Peshwa to increase their personal power through the patrols, and increasing the number of religious Sardar began to flock around in the long run, and this was to be major sources of weakness of the Maratha Empire. And already the system of the Vatans and the Sarjanam and Vatan budget had to be the Maratha Sarkar, strong autonomous and the jealous of the central power. Only now began to establish their control in the distant land of the Mughal Emperor. The Vadavandi gradually settling down as more or less autonomous. Thus, the conquest of the Maratha outside their original kingdoms were not made by the central army directly controlled by the Maratha king or the Peshwa, but Sardar, with their own private army. During the process of conquest, this Sardar often clashes with the another, and the central authority tried to control them too strictly. They did not hesitate to join the hand with the enemy, be they Nizam and Mughal sultans. Balaji Vishwanath died in 1720. He was succeeded by the Peshwa by the 20-year-old son Baji. In spite of his youth, Bajirao was a bold and brilliant commander and ambitious and clever statesman. He had been described as the rated extent of the guerrilla tactics after the Shivaji, and led by the Bajirao and the Maratha, making the numerous campaign against the Mughal emperor, trying to compel the Mughal official the first to give them right to collect the chart of the vast area and then ceded these area to the Maratha king by the 1740 when the Bajirao died. The Maratha had won the control over the Malwa, Gujarat and part of Punjab. The Maratha family of Gatwar, Holkar, Sindhia, Bhosle come to be the prominence during the history. All his life, Bajirao worked to contain the Nizamul power in the Deccan. The latter of his part constantly intrigued with the Raja Kolhapur, Maratha, Sardar, and Mughal official breaking the Peshwa was the two met on the field of battle in the both time of Nizam, and the rushed and compelled to grant Maratha and Chaur Sarteshi of the Deccan Prince. 1733, the Bajirao started a long campaign against the cities of Janijara and in the end of expelled them from the mainland. Simultaneously, a campaign against the Portuguese was started. In the end of Salti and the Basin were captured, but the Portuguese continued to hold their other position on the west front. Bajirao died in April 74. In the short period of 20 years, he had changed the character of Marathas from the kingdoms of the Maharashtra. It had been transformed into the empire expanding in the north. He observed the fail to lay from the foundation of an empire. New territory was conquered to occupy, but little attention was paid to their administration. The chief concern of the successfully Sardar was with the collection of revenue. Bajirao 80-year-old son Bajirao, widely known as Nana Sahib. Bajirao 80 is Nana Sahib. He was a Peshwa from 1740 to 1761. And he was able as his father, though he less energetic. The king Sahu died in 1749, and by his will left the management of state affairs in the Peshwa hand. The office of Peshwa had already become hereditary, and the Peshwa was the de facto rule of state. Now he became the official head of the administration, had a symbol of this fact shifted the government to Pune, which is headquarters. Balaji Rao followed in the footsteps of his father and further extended the empire in the different direction, taking the Maratha power to its height. The Maratha army now overran the whole of India. Maratha control over the Malwa, Gujarat, Bundelkhand, consolidated the Bengal, was repeatedly invaded, and 1751 the Bengal was ceded English. In the south, the state of Mysore. Principalities were forced to pay tribute. 1760, the Nizam of the Hyderabad defeated the Udyar campaign to cede vast territory under the annual revenue of 62. The North America soon became the powerful. Mughal thrones, the marching throne, the gazetted Rajputana, they reached to Delhi where in 1752 they helped Imad ul Mulk to become the Wazir. New Wazir soon became the puppet in the hand from Delhi and they turned into the Punjab and soon brought under the control after expelling the event and South. This brought them into the conflict with the doughty warring king of Afghanistan, who once again marched into the India to settle the account with the Marathas, a major conflict for the mastery over the north. Ahmed Shah Abdali soon formed alliances with Najibullah Abdarohi and then the Sudawudari of Agra, both of whom had suffered at the hand of Marathas. Recognizing the great importance of upcoming struggle, Peshwa separated the power army, the north under the normal command of his grandson. The actual commanded being the hand of Rajan Sadasiv Rao. An important arm of his forces was contingents of the European style in infantry artillery commanded by the Ibrahim Khan Ghazi. The Marathas now tried to find allies among the northern powers, but their earlier behavior and political ambition had categorized all this power. They had interfered in the internal affairs of Rajputana state and levied a huge fine and tributes upon them. They had made a large territorial and monetary claims upon the power. Their action in the Punjab had agreed with the six chiefs, simultaneously charged chiefs, on whom they had also imposed a heavy fine and did not trust them. They had therefore to fight their enemy all alone except for the weak support of Imam ul Mulk. Moreover, the senior Maratha commander constantly bickered with one another. Two forces met at Panipat in 14th of June 1961. The Maratha army had completely routed. the Peshwa Vishwas Rao, Sukhdev Rao, Bau, and the numerous other Maratha commanders perished on the battlefield as they did nearly 28,000 souls. Those who fled were pursued by the Afghan cavalry and rode for the plunder by the Jar, Rahe, Gujarat, Gujars, and of the Panipat region. The Peshwa, who had a marching north to hail his cousin, was stranded by the tragic news. Already seriously ill, his end was hostile, and he was died in June 1760. Maratha defeated the Panipat was disaster for them. They lost the cream of their army. Their political prestige suffered a big blow. Most of all, their defeat gave an opportunity to English East India Company to consolidate its power in Bengal and South India. Nor did Afghanistan benefit from their victory. They could not even hold the Punjab. In fact, the third battle of Panipat they decided who was the rule India, but rather who was not. The way was therefore clear for the rise of British power in India. 70-year-old Madhav Rao became the Peshwa in 1761. He was talented soldier statesman within a short period of 11 years. He restored the lost fortunes of Maratha. He defeated a Nizam, compelled the Hyder Ali of Mysore to pay the tribute, and reasserted the control over the northern India by defeating the Rohils and subjugating the Rajput state and Jharkhand. 1771, the Maratha brought back the Emperor Shah Alam to Delhi, who now became their pensioner. Thus it appeared to the Maratha ascendancy of the north had become great. Once again, however, the blow failed the Maratha, for the Madhav died in conjunction in 1772. The Maratha Empire was now in the state of confusion. At the Pune, there was a struggle for the power between the Raghunath Rao, the younger brother of Balaji Rao, and the Narayan Rao, the younger brother of Madhav. Narayan Rao was killed in the 1773. He was succeeded by the posthumous sons Savai Madhav. Out of frustration, the Raghunath Rao went over the British and tried to capture the power in their help. This resulted in the first Anglo-Maratha War. Peshwa power was now on the wane. Pune, there was the constant dispute between the supporters of Savai Madhav, headed by the Nana Fadil, and the parties of the Raghunath. In the meantime, the big Maratha Sardars had been carving out a semi-independent state in the north. This could seldom operate Gaikwad at the Baroda, Bhosle at the Nagpur, Holkar at the Indore, and the Scindia at Gwalior were most important. They had established the regular administration on the pattern of Mughal administration and the process their separate army. The allegiance to the Peshwa. Become the more and more nominous still joined the opposing function of the Pune and enemy of the Maratha. Among the Maratha rules in the north, Maharaja Siddha was the most important. He organized a powerful European style consisting equally of Hindu, Muslim soldiers with the help of French, Portuguese, and Ghana. He established his own ordnance factory near the river. He established the control over the European army in 1785. From the emperor, he secured the appointment of Caesar as the emperor. Duty on the condition of Maharaji would act on the behalf of his. But he spent energies introduced the agents Nana. He was also a bitter enemy of Paul he died in 1794. He and the Nana Adils died in 1800 were the last of great statesmen who had raised the Maratha power to its height in the 18th century. Savai Madhavrao died in 1795 and was succeeded by the utterly worthless Bajirao Sati, son of Raghunath. The British had by now decided to put an end of Maratha challenges to their supremacy in India. The British divided the mutually warring Maratha Sardars through the naval diplomacy and then overpowered them as separate battles during the Second Maratha War in 1803 to 1804 and the Third Maratha War 1816 to 1820. While the other Maratha states were permitted to remain the subsidiary state, the House of the Peshwa was extinguished. Thus the Maratha dream of controlling the Mughal Empire and establishing their own empire over a large part of the country and could not be realized. This was basically because of the Maratha Emperor represented the same descended social order as the Mughal Empire. They then suffered from the same underlying weakness. The Maratha chiefs were very similar to the later Mughal rulers, just as the Saranjani system was similar to Mughal system of the land. So long there was existing a strong center of authority and need for the mutual cooperation against the common enemy, and the Mughals they remained united in the loose union. But the first opportunity they tended to their assault their autonomy. If anything they were even less disciplined than the Mughal nobles, who did not Maratha for that try to develop a new economy. They failed to encourage the science and technology to make much interest in the trade industry. Their revenue system was similar to that of the Mughal. Also their administration, like Mughals and Maratha rules, were also mainly interested in the raising the revenue from the helpless people. For example, they too collected nearly half of the agriculture produce as a taxes. Unlike the Mughals, they failed even to give the sound administration to the people. Outside Maharashtra, they could not inspire the Indian people with any higher degree of loyalty than the Mughals had succeeded in doing their dominion, and too dependent on the force and the force alone. The only way of Maratha could have stood up raising the British power and gave the transformed their state a modern state. In this way failed to social and economic conditions. India of 18th century failed to make the progress economically, socially, culturally and adequate, by increasing revenue demand of state, the operation of official and the great land, definitely rapidly observables revenue farmer zamindars march and countermarch to rival farms, and the depression of thus adventure roaming the land made the life of the people quite threatened. India of those days was also land of context extreme poverty existed side by side with the extreme riches and luxury. On the one hand, they were the rich and powerful naval states in the luxury and the comfort on their other backward operation and improvise the peasants living at the bare subsistence. Hello, how are you? I'm good. What are you doing right now? Is it everything is good? Am I audible? Hope so. So, today is Sunday and what are you planning for the Sunday? Anything new plan for Sunday? Yes, you don't have an extra fun plan for the Sunday. From my side today, I have to finish homework. Is it your school has given you homework? Yeah, some your tuition. 2 to 3. Is it your school has given you homework or tuition? Which type of homework would you like to finish it? No, you taking tuition is not a bad thing. You must have to teacher so that you can ask some question if you find any difficulty. Yes, self study is very nice. जिंदाबाद तो है ही बट अगर आपके पास एक गुड टीचर है तो इट्स easy to make you better perform in your class, in your school, if you have a good teacher. मेरा मतलब ये है कि आप सेल्फ स्टडी से 75% 80% ला देते हो. अगर आपके पास एक अच्छा टीचर हो जो आपको मोटिवेट कर सके, राइट डायरेक्शन बता सके, वहीं पे पकड़ ले जहाँ पे आपके मिस्टेक्स हो। सपोज यूर प्रॉब्लम इन द मैथमेटिक्स, देन अगर कोई टीचर मैथमेटिक्स को ईजी तरीके से आपके अंदर का फियर हटा सके, तो why not you have a tuition or teacher, something like that. Yes, this is your 10th class, and आपके घर में कोई हो तो इससे बेटर क्या हो सकता है अगर someone can teach you in your home. Otherwise you can take a tuition also, so that you can perform. Thank you so much for such a nicely you appreciate me. It's really means a lot for me, and I always used to appreciate everybody that she or he can perform better in your class, in your school. Uh, it's really means a lot for me. You 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 write down that I'm a good advisor and apparently a good friend also. There are many students from different places. When I appreciate her or him, they used to say that I'm a good advisor and nice and good friend also. But I'm here, I'm a teacher also. Little bit I try to teach, but if you have any problems in math, science, or whatever subject, without any fears, you can ask me. I will try to overcome your fear from math and science, and even history and polity also. And I will try to focus on particular point that is the important point, and that is the main role of the teacher also, so that whenever we are doing something or mathematics or science, so the role of teacher is to focusing on particular point. This is the particular point, you must focus on that point. Otherwise, everything has been given in book. How can we understand that this is the important point? How can we understand that we must keep in mind? The teacher used to particularly focus that this is the most important point. You have to keep in mind. You have to keep it revised. You have to keep it practice. That is my way of making understanding of student. But nice to meet you, 10th class. There are many students also joining us from different part of the country. And you are from the, I think, Gujarat, you told me. Uh, Hello, Khushi. How are you? And where are you from? I usually try to study at 9 o'clock. क्योंकि मेरा एग्ज़ाम ख़त्म हो गया है, तो मैं वैसे तो 4:30 बजे सुबह उठ जाता था, बट अभी एग्ज़ाम मेरा ख़त्म हो गया तो थोड़ा रिलैक्स मूड में हूँ, तो 9 o'clock से पढ़ लेता हूँ और टिल 12 और 1 o'clock जब मेरा मन करता है तो ज़्यादा भी पढ़ लेता हूँ, 6 से 7 8 घंटा पढ़ लेता हूँ। Sure, why not? I will try to join at 4 o'clock. Yes. Where are you from? Kushi Ruchi. Where are you from right now? अभी अभी तो बस कुछ दिनों तक 1 वीक हो ही गया। आफ्टर द 1 वीक, एक वीक के बाद मैंने सोचा थोड़ा सा पढ़ते पढ़ते थक गए हैं, थोड़ा सा रेस्ट कर लेते हैं, देन फिर लगेंगे तो फिर कॉन्टिन्यूअस पढ़ाई करेंगे। Yes, so I have to continue it. Many trading internal traits generated like the foreign trait also compared and differential. And the secret is related to particular approach of trait plus some antivastative, really vascular paralysis. The whole of the name of the diversity of the generation that can not be serving by the six to so on. Similarly, in the same area, artificial the decline internal interfere according to the trade also will not go support nevertheless some industry and other parts of the gain the legal expansion in the trade between the activity of the legal European trading appearing in the land of extensive Indian artisans design fame for their skill in level, still a large scale manufacture of cotton, silk fabric, sugar, jutes, dyestuff, minerals, retail product like metalwares, sulfite oils, the important center of textile industry where the Dhaka, Murshidabad in the Bengal, Patna in the Bihar, Surat, Ahmedabad, Bharuch in the Gujarat, Chanderi in Madhya Pradesh, Burhanpur, Maharashtra, Jaipur, Varanasi, Lucknow, Labrai, in UP, Uttar, Lahore in Punjab, Washington, Chicago, Visakhapatnam, Bangalore in Karnataka, Toronto, shipbuilding industry, Pradesh in Maharashtra, Mumbai, writing about great respect from the with respect to the English subject of retail, shipbuilding, and they probably talk to the English company more than they learn from the European company brought mainly Indian-made ship for their country. In fact, at the dawn of 18th century, India was one of the main centers for the trade and industry. It was great of Asia, categories of Asia, the lead the explain. Bear in mind that the commerce of India is the commerce of oil, and he who can exclusively command dictator of communism. Hello Meghna, my name is Awdhesh. How are you and where are you from? Once again, the story of desire, disagreement, revolution, the result of decay, and the rise of the autonomous state, and the decades in agriculture and the day where disrupted declines with overall trade and production not suffering any sharp decline. In fact, the question is some progress in crucial development here also. This on the Indian economic growth of 0.3 over the certain point of material data for vanish buoyancy in the economic replacement and what it is the 70s. On the other hand, there was the different decline trade patterns. Same time, it is true that there was the less economic distance of the decline in the production in the states, the early 18th century, and what was the result of the impact of the British colony in the 18th century. Education is a completely neglected and it is becoming critical for the traditional and out of touch with the rapid development of the first knowledge, digital, important much with creative energy is fluid the study of physical and natural sciences, technology, or derivative concepts with actual professional studies in all of India and not popular discover and utilize skills and usage. The Center of Higher Education where the state all over the country and are usually finance the Center of Higher Education where spread all over the country managed by the Lord rather than the region higher education based on Sanskrit learning and mostly confined to the Brahmins pursuing education in the West only. It is an official language of time active for the elementary education of by the state regulations teach other towns, villages, language of arts, and they school the young education. Student were taught reading, writing. Though the elementary education was mostly confined to the higher caste like the Brahmins or English, many of persons from the lower caste will also participate. It is level of average for an astray either going to 18th or 19th day life, having general superior endowment in reading, writing, and arithmetic than the people of any nation in the world, though the standard of primary education was inadequate by the American standard and it's affected for the limited number of those. A very pleasant aspect of education then for the teacher in rather educational community. A bad feature of it was goals where the sending education that some elements of the higher classes were exception. Social and cultural. Social life and culture in the 18th century was marked by the stagnation and dependence despite a certain world culture. Unity that had developed over the century, there was no uniformity. Rigid divided people permanently fixed their places in the social. The higher caste headed by Brahmins monopolies of the social prestige and happiness. Caste rule extremely rigid. Inter-caste marriage were forbidden. There was a restriction on the intertwining among the number of different and some castes, special person belonging to the higher caste. We would not take up food or touch by the person of the caste often determined by exception occurred in the large scale article for the government state involved in trade and the government service and the similarly to many subscribers who followed a success and gain which again received a higher regional caste ranking in the society. Similarly, the many caste status have become quite good. The caste regulation were strictly enforced by the caste president and the panchayat and the caste chiefs to the time finances and exposure of caste work from the divisive forces an element of disintegration of the of society. It often split from the living in the same village or even into the main society. It was of course the possible for the person to acquire the higher social status by the acquisition of higher office and power. I did the from the 18th century. Sometimes not often an entire caste could be succeeded in taking same in the caste order. The Muslims were no less divided into consideration of the caste, race, and time and status, even though their religion and the social equality of the Shia and Sunni noble were sometimes at the northern edge in the account of their religions. The concept, the Irani and Khanate of the Pakistani Muslim nobles, and the Christian often stood at the apart from the Malayan who had converted to Islam, adding their caste into the new religions and observed this distinction through not only rigidity moreover the Sharif Muslim consisted of noble scholars, priests, and army officers in the ground of the North Muslim country and lands the family system in 19th century India was primarily patriarchal. I think the family was dominated by the senior males when any inheritance was from the male side. In the Kerala, however, the family among the lad are matrimony. Outside the Kerala, the women were subjected to nearly complete male. They were expected to live with the mothers and the wives only to engage towards the sex. They were shown great deal of respect and honor, even they did not ask and love. The women were seldom molested. They were treated with respect. I look at Douglas of the AJW commented at a very random I think the women very most of the families and see them and a few impeding sleep and the groups of problems of ideal as a house inhabited solely by the women in the century which is almost seamless or liberty would not be dream of quality. The women of the time posage quality individuality of their this does not mean that there were no exception to this rule. Earlier by administration indoor with a great success between 1766 to 1796. Many other Hindu and Muslim ladies played an important role in 18th century politics, while women of the upper caste were not supposed to work outside their home. Peasants women usually worked in the field, and the women of the poorest class often worked outside their women's planning. Karta was common and among the higher classes in the north and upper part of practice. Boys and girls were not permitted to mix with them. मेरे को ज़्यादा इसके बारे में नॉलेज नहीं है खुशी, बट आपका एडवाइस बहुत अच्छा है। मेरे को पता नहीं चल पाता कैसे क्या करना है, मतलब आई डोंट हैव एज मच एज नॉलेज अबाउट द समथिंग लाइक दैट कि कैसे लिखना है, ब्रेक टाइम कहाँ पे लिखना है। और बट मैं धीरे धीरे सीख रहा हूँ और आई विल डेफिनेटली ट्राई टू मेक इट। मतलब मेरे को यूट्यूब का उतना नॉलेज मतलब है तो नॉलेज, बट इतना नहीं है कैसे लिखना है। पता नहीं कैसे वो लोग करते हैं कि ब्रेक टाइम लिख देते हैं, फिर पता नहीं कौन सा टाइमिंग चलता है। बट धीरे धीरे मैं सीख लेता हूँ, मैं ज़्यादा दिमाग नहीं लगाता हूँ इस पर। हाँ आप सही कह रहे हो, मुझे ऐसे ही करना चाहिए। मैं ज़रूर शाम को कोशिश करूँगा इसके बारे में सीखने के लिए, और जो भी सारी चीज़ें हैं मैं जल्दी से सीख जाऊँ। थैंक यू, आपका एडवाइस बहुत अच्छा है। मैं ऐसा सोचता भी हूँ बट मैं कर नहीं पाता हूँ, क्योंकि मैं यूट्यूब पे सर्च नहीं करता, मतलब टाइम ही नहीं मिलता कि मैं सर्च करके उस चीज़ को ढूँढूँ। बट आज आपने बोला है तो ज़रूर मैं सर्च करके ढूँढूँगा और गूगल पर बात करने की कोशिश। यस यस, मैं हाँ मैं मतलब निष्क्रिय रहता हूँ, फालतू चीज़ों पे ज़्यादा दिमाग नहीं लगाता, बट कभी कभी करना ही पड़ेगा थोड़े बहुत। तो उसमें लिखना पड़ेगा कि समथिंग लाइक टाइमिंग फॉर द स्टडी एंड और इतने सारे लोग जुड़ते हैं मुझसे कि हाँ ये तो डिस्टर्बेंस हो गया, एक्सेप्ट फॉर द वन ऑफ द Young offer classes involving customer in calendar have the expenses in euros and the given the diary and the page photos. They will look at our especially the white space in the background and Rajkot in Maharashtra was a plot in some extension by the energetic state technical profession. Great social media operators including the car system where the customers of the unconditional and the veto for the involved by the right, the individual government itself allowed the body of have had narrative as well. And for the mostly problem in the Rajput and was in the south, in the south, about the unfound and did not encounter even the Rajput and the Bengali that practice for the see and big them. the window belonging to the higher classes and the higher cost. But not relied though the some regions like some caste, for example, some caste of the people in support and video relatives not applied. Lots of video people watch usually PTA codes and they will call the short of the station right or left etc. And then she will be expected to pronounce all the places of the word and the source and place and the number of the customer and how that is family depending on whether she is sensitive Indians were often checked with cards and the house life of the widow and Raja Savai Singh Pandey and the Marathi General Shurani try to preserve the widow and the culturally, the India uses some science and pictures during the 18th century. In the 18th century, there is a dark age creativity of the continent and expression of the cultural continuity and with the preceding centuries, which maintain in the world education. Continuity is one at the same time. Cultures remain the only traditionals. And the cultural activity at the same time were the most flourished by the royal court, rulers, noble, chiefs, and the Nagar, which improvement lead to their gradual development. The most rapid decline occurred those branches of art which independence of the control of the kingdom of Rome and the Nagar. This was the true most of all the Mughal architecture and the painting. Many of the painters of the Mughal school migrated to provincial schools and flourished at Hyderabad, Lucknow, Kashmir and Bombay. At the same time, the new school of painting Nepal achieved a distinction. The painting of the Gandhar Rajputana school revealed the new vitality in the field of architecture. Simambara, Lucknow revealed the proficiency and the technical descendants of the architecture. On the other hand, the city of Jaipur and its surrounding example of continuing the vigorous technology continued to be developed and flourished in the 18th century both in the north and the south. Significant progress was made in the field in the region of the Mughals. Poetry in the nearly all the Indian languages tended to lose its touch with the life and become the decorative, artificial, mechanical, traditional, expression reflected prevailing sense of despair, cynicism, while its content reflected the improvement of the spiritual life of the feudal modern. Noteworthy the feature of literacy line of the 18th century was displayed in Europe, the Urdu language and the greatest growth of the Urdu gradually became the medium of social contacts among the upper classes of modern while the Urdu portrays the weakness of the contemporary literature in the other Indian language. It produced a brilliant work like Mir, Swata, Najee, and in the 1948 was the great Children's and they fueled the development throughout the century, similar to the revival of Malayalam literature, especially in the development of the travel program and the one of the great poets of the time. Kanchan Nambi by who wrote 18th century Kerala was witness of the full development of Tatha, literature, drama, dance, Padma, Padman, Puram places with a remarkable architecture of mural painting and also constructed heritage. Telugu was one of the best experiments of the with the line with the other stars. He protested against the abuse of the temple rules and the caste system, music, poetry, and the dance flourished in the on the first half of the 18th century, and thus literature developed that promoted trade. Dayaram, one of the great lyrics to the second half of the 18th century. He founded the famous romantic this time by the Boris, the Siddhi literature. In Sindhi literature in the 18th century, the period of influence achieved Saadul Nadeeb, the names elections also appear Harisalu, Sachar, Sani, were the other greats in the world. Main weakness of the Indian culture in the field of science throughout the 18th century, India remained far behind the West in the science and technology. For the last 200 years, Western Europeans had been undergoing the scientific and economic revolution that was leading to the spread of engagement of discovery. Scientific outlook was pervading the Western mind and reduced by the philosophical, political, economic outlook of the European and their institutions. On the other hand, the Indian who had earlier ages made a vital contribution to the field of mathematics and regular science and had been neglecting the science in the second century. The Indian mind was still trying to tradition, both the knowledge and the commerce was persistent to the idea. The Indian remained almost fully involved in the scientific, cultural, and political architecture in the pursuit of different responding to European challenges. The 18th century Indian ruler showed a little interest in the Western aspect except the people they were consulting with pedagogical approaches. They had limited in the negotiation system no people of the cultural community can study something to do with the peace on which is too severely limited. So that from the whole they were restricted compared to the advance in the Western. This weakness in the realms of the science was to a large extent responsible for the local subjugation of Indian by the most advanced European. The struggle for the power in the way of economic decline, social reforms, cultural stagnation, had a deep and harmful impact on the morals of the the novels in the particular degenerated in their private and public life, a virtue of morality, gratitude, faithfulness, and their pleasures, tended to the disappear in the single-mindedness of self-esteem. Many of the novels can feel regarding the vice of the excessive memory. Most of them took a bribe in the office. Surprisingly, the common people were not debased on any marked extent. They continue to exhibit a high degree of personal integration of qualities. For example, well-known British officer John Macdonald's remarked later that having a good region from a great population in this lesson was essential to preserve such a period of changes and chemical storage was tremendous. Overall qualification and the great population. In particular, he praised the essence of common rights to voice of thefts, violence, violence. Similarly, the Canfor, another European writer, observed that a ruler of morality are the most benevolent and the first utility and charity are not only the strong inculcator, but I believe that now they are the more universally practiced than the non. Friendly relation between the Hindu and Muslim is a very healthy feature of life in 18th century, even though the relationships at the time fought one another, including their fight and their alliances, where the central distinction of another politics were essentially secular. In fact, there was little communal weakness of the religious intolerance in the country. All the people higher and respected one another religious spiritual purpose, even the harmony privilege. The mutual relation of the Hindu and Muslim were close together among them. This was the particularly true for common people in the village and the town who fully share another joy and respective activities. The Hindu and Muslim people cooperated on non-violent spheres such as the social life and culture. The evolution of composite Hindu-Muslim of the common thinking, attitude and continue to unimpeded in the writer also wrote of Persian and the Muslim writer wrote of Hindu, Bengalis and other development, often dealing with the subject of Hindu and social life of the such as the Radha and Krishna, Sita and the Nanan Daman. The development of Urdu language and literature provided a new meeting ground between the Hindu and Muslim. Within the religious sphere, the mutual influence and the respect that have been developing in the last few centuries as a result of the spread of the Bhakti movement among the Hindu and the Sikhism among the Muslim community. A large number of the Hindu worshipped Muslim saints, and many Muslims show that equal veneration for the Hindu gods, and many local scholars and science have about the Hindu and the Muslim followers. Muslim rulers, nobles, commerce, both may join the Hindu festivals such as the Holi, Diwali, Durga Puja, and just as the Hindu participated in the Muharram procession. The Hindu official and the Bantar presided at the other festivals. The Maratha supported the shrine of Sheikh Mohammed Chishti in the Ajmer, and Raja of Travancore supported the shrine of Sheikh Shafi Hamid of Lahore. They have already seen the how people gave the connection. Financial support of the Sri Giri Temple, Sri Nagari Temple, and also the other temples. It was noteworthy that Raja Mohan Rai, a British and Indian of the first half of the 18th century, was the influence of the equal Western by the Hindu and Islamic philosophical and religious. And it may also be noted here that the religious affiliation was not the main point of departure in the cultural and the social way of life, which the upper class Hindu and Muslim were the much more than the way of life of the upper class in the lower Hindu are the upper classes in the lower classes. Similarly, the regions or area provided point of departure people of the one region had or the greater culture is respect to other religions and the people following the same religions. Spreading over the different religions, people living in the village also can they can find a different pattern of the social and cultural life than that of the foreign place. the codes, civil function, they were administrative as well as the central commercial beside the beside of the place the leaves, the kings and the fourth age they were also the planets. The town is bustling with the market selling grains, spices, clothes, jewelry, butter supply for the town, wells in the towns, salad, and the waivers of the Punjab and the nearby the towns also the basic protection of the food, butterflies have been used to and bottom of the things, some distance away thus and the sculptures are educating the goals out of local time representation. Temple which also can be temple to represented very important patterns organization. The image made of the next covered with the clay allowed to dry. Next it was the head on the time of the floor was the logo clay. Molten works in the molten metal was the clay. Which was the German temple architecture which they well performance straight and giving the marble of the paste of the artist traders suitable for the space for the great companies town in the government capacity of the Villas Events center also slowing the people to get action from the community to place and the treatment to eliminate the again the population of main enterprises for the capital China and case. The concept related to the population for the water and the celebrate the citizens who settle there in the concept of the to the people and the place near the sick network of this mountain from the 8th century on the this probably was and the language they used usually had Mandapika, which name of the villages they also had a market street called the Park deciding that the street for the different parties of the pupils moving items made told wonderful traders using the private many came from far and near distance to buy the seen the product of distant places like the was salt, for food, vitamin, spices like usually the